But unfortunately, you're playing Magnus Carlsen, and he is a marathon man.
Whoa! Magnus Carlsen lost some time! Are you kidding me?
A big threat. This is getting crazy. Where is the checkmate coming in? Do you just...
There we go.
What?
What a finish! That was sick from Alireza.
He's missed it!
Oh
He's
my
missed
God.
93!
Lights out. This is absolutely insane.
Oh,
Wow, Jose.
what a move!
And Jasper reacts. He gets the dub.
Is a massive threat.
Over.
There we go. Vincent Keimer wins Division 2.
Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again.
We see a checkmating pattern with it. And the youngsters have struck back.
Mate!
Unbelievable Armageddon. Oh my God.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat.
Magnus has blundered.
It's completely winning for Ferrugia now.
Wow, don't try this at home.
It comes down to this.
Whoa, Robert,
Oh.
a sacrifice.
What a comeback from the champ.
And that was an awesome introductory video. What a way to set the tone for the Chess.com Classic Division 2 and Division 3 finals, which we bring you this lovely Tuesday morning. At least it's morning for me. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, someone for whom it is not morning, Grandmaster David Howell. You have been laboring the last couple of days in the commentary booth. A pleasure to be bringing you the Division 2 and Division 3 finals. How are you on this afternoon?
I'm great, thanks. Welcome, Dania. Thanks for joining me today. We might not have Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Ferrugia in store for anyone yet. That's tomorrow, but I have a feeling today's going to be a lot of fun. Still some top grandmasters, and we'll be enjoying going through some cool variations, right, Dania?
We will indeed. Division 2 and Division 3 is not going to sacrifice any quality when it comes to the kind of chess players who are creeping and crawling around the edges. But first, let's look at the Division 1 Grand Final, which we will be bringing you tomorrow. That will feature Magnus Carlsen, who faces off against Alireza Ferrugia, a resurgent Alireza Ferrugia, who made his way through the losers quarterfinal, the losers semifinal, where he defeated Duda, and then defeating Vincent Keimer 2-0 to set himself up for a classic match, David, against Magnus Carlsen. Once again, that will be tomorrow.
That's right, a classic match. I think the whole chess world is eager to watch that one. A rematch as well, as Alireza Ferrugia tries to take revenge for a defeat in the grand final reset just a few months ago at the Chessable Masters. So that's what we've got to look forward to tomorrow. But first of all, the starters, the warm-ups, Dania, in Division 2 and 3, as we mentioned.
Indeed. You'll have to wait until tomorrow to see Magnus, but you won't have to wait very long to see some other magical chess being played. Let's take a look at the Division 3 bracket for starters. We will have Dmitry Grandelius, Niels Andreikin. Have you heard of the famous players? Of course, Niels Grandelius and Dmitry Andreikin will face off in the grand final. This is a rematch from the winners final, where Dmitry Andreikin won convincingly. But first, let's zoom out a little bit. Here you can see the kind of talent that is featured in Division 3, and that's the great thing about the CCT, David. 3-2, Division 8. We've got grandmasters, wild grandmasters, all around the board.
A wild grandmaster has appeared, indeed, all the way down in Division 3. So many strong players. Dmitry Andreikin, he's done it in impressive fashion, we must say. In their winners final yesterday, he, quite one-sidedly defeated Grandelius, so revenge on the mind for the Swedish Grandmaster today. What a bracket, Dania. So many strong players.
Indeed, and after losing to Andreikin, Niels Grandelius had to make his way through a very difficult path, defeating Min Lee, also known as Wonderful Time, in the loser semifinal, and then taking down Murali Karthikeyan, the strong young Indian GM who has defeated Magnus Carlsen in classical over-the-board play. Grandelius took that match 1.5-half to set himself up for a rematch against Dmitry Andreikin. And these are not two players, David, who have a lot of head-to-head experience. I mean, they played yesterday, but at the end of the day, two very different styles, two different approaches to chess we will see pitted against each other today.
That's right, and here we see their head-to-head scores. Actually, they hadn't faced each other in any type of rapid chess, either over the board or online, until that winners final where Dmitry Andreikin ran out the winner 2.5 to half And Andreikin, you mentioned it. He's a former candidate. He's a really smooth, really classy positional player. Likewise with Niels Grandelius, but Niels maybe preferring the more dynamic positions. We'll see whether he's able to get those types of positions today.
Indeed. It'll be an interesting clash of styles. And speaking of clash of styles, that's just one part of the fun. The second part of the fun, of course, will come in Division 2. As we take a look at the Division 2 bracket, the grand final will feature two very weak players. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who faces Wesley So. That's a little bit easier to pronounce. These players are no strangers to each other across all formats. But first, we see their path to the top. You see some of the talent, the kind of talent that featured in Division 2 by MVL had to defeat Daniel Dubov. He did that in the Armageddon. Then he defeated Gregorio Parin in the winner's final. A very convincing performance by the Frenchman with three names, really ever since the Swiss, David Howell. And we see Wesley So there defeating Levon Aronian, and poor Gregorio Parin meeting his end at the hands of MVL and then Wesley So, who face off against each other today in the grand final.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Wesley So has done it the hard way, losing really early on to Jose Martinez and then just making his way through that gauntlet, earning this chance at Vachier-Lagrave. But MVL, the Frenchman, he must start as the favourite. He has 2 lives. Wesley will need to win 2 matches in order to take Division 2 and qualify for Division 1 next time. A lot at stake.
Indeed, but if anyone is capable of 2 victories in a row, well, Wesley So is a pretty good guy to do it. And here you see their head-to-head, a lot of draws, 15 wins for MVL, 35 draws, and 14 wins for Wesley So. Not a surprise to anybody, David, that their head-to-head tells exactly the kind of story that you would think. These are 2 incredibly evenly matched players, 2 players with very different styles, different approaches to chess, different opening repertoires, but nonetheless, the level of the players very similar, as we see some snazzy footage there of Mr. Vachier-Lagrave.
That's right. The Frenchman with 3 names. He's on fire right now in the Champions Chess Tour. He's looking really at the top of his game, cruising through that winner's bracket, and he will start as a small favourite. But on paper, it looks very, very close. Wesley will need to get off to a good start in order to compete. And Vachier-Lagrave, we talked about the tour, some of his recent history here in the Chessable Masters a few months ago. Earlier this year, he came 7th place. A decent but slightly disappointing showing perhaps, but in the Champions Chess Tour final, over the board, coming in 6th. He did actually win a tour event, a Division 1 event, last season, defeating Magnus Carlsen memorably twice in 2 consecutive matches to clinch that one. Daniel, do you think he's going to do it again today?
Listen, he just has a way of delivering in these critical moments, but Wesley is so stable and so consistent. He's been so good in this particular CCT run. And now, of course, the shoe is on the other foot as we have a look there. MVL is actually not chewing anything. I'm shocked that he doesn't have any of those vintage snacks that we see him with. Maybe he's saving those for later as we have a look here at Wesley So and some footage of him. Just such a stable player. Perhaps not the best computer setup, but I guess it works for him, David.
Yeah, good posture is overrated, as they say, Daniel.
That's right.
Wesley, no matter how he does it, he always seems to get the job done, and he always seems to be in control. And that's the thing with him. Even if he falls to defeat on occasion, as he did, remember earlier this week against Jose Martinez, he's able to kind of find his balance and so much green on the screen, Daniel.
That is a pretty incredible comeback after his loss to Jospin in the very first match to win. How many is that? 6 matches in a row on defeating players like Levon Aronian and Daniel Dubov. Wesley So has to be feeling really confident and stoked that he has a chance to continue the streak against none other than Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But David, we'll have both of these matches going on at the same time between Niels Grandelius and Dmitry Andreikin, and then Wesley So and MVL. We will try to do justice to everything that we will see on the chessboard, and I think that we'll see a lot of intrigue on the chessboard in just a couple of moments.
I agree. It's hard to say otherwise. Simply, we've got really entertaining players, players who really excel in rapid time formats. I'll say especially the likes of Dmitry Andreikin specializes in this rapid format these days. Daniel, I'm going to put you on the spot. Predictions. Who's going to win Division 2 and Division 3 finals?
Well, I think MVL is a safe bet just because Wesley has to win 2 matches in a row. That'll be really tough. And I'm going to have to go with Dimitri Andreikin. So nothing too surprising. But if you're just joining us, before we delve into the games, we have a really nice explainer video from Danny Wrench just to spotlight the main things about the CCT that you have to keep in mind. So let's throw to Mr. Wrench with a short explainer video. Let's tune in.
Every Champions Chess Tour event kicks off with a play-in tournament, followed by match play on the second day to determine placement across Divisions 1, 2, and 3. The remaining players then compete in these 3 divisions across 6 days of grueling yet thrilling double elimination knockout chess. All players are battling to earn their chunk of the $300,000 prize fund and tour leaderboard points. But the biggest prize is a spot directly to the live finals at the end of the year. Only the winner of Division 1 will claim that honor. In addition, they and the runner-up both secure re-entry to the top division our next time around. The winner of Division 2 also secures a spot in Division 1, while the winner of Division 3 is guaranteed at least a seat in Division 2 and may even advance to Division 1 through match play. 8 days, 3 divisions, 1 golden ticket to the live finals. This is the Chess.com Classic.
Two wild GMs, Dimitri Andreikin and Niels Grandelius, will start their Division 3 Grand Final first. And Niels Grandelius has a long and arduous path to the top. He will have to defeat his illustrious opponent not once, but twice if he wants to take the cake. But if you're the sort of loser's GM, and it feels weird talking about it that way, David, you're just thinking about the next match, just the next game. Can you start by winning the grand final? You're not thinking about the grand final or the grand final. You're just thinking about the grand final.
You're thinking about the Grandelius final. Yeah, he's.
My God. You strike first, I see.
Start as we mean to go on, but we're off. It might be a cliche, as you say, Daniel, but you just got to take it one move at a time, one game at a time, eventually one match at a time. Niels is capable. We start with the Reti opening and this really trendy line of the black knight coming to d7, forcing white to commit a pawn into the center and putting a knight in b6. I've never really trusted it for black. The knight looks a bit awkwardly placed on this square, but the aim is to get this solid structure. What do you make of this early start? I guess quite predictable approach by Andreikin.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty predictable clash of styles that we see. Niels, his opening choices are really all across the map. He tries to make it unbalanced and tactical fairly early on. In other words, Niels' opening is anything but a bore. Okay, that was my attempt to strike back. I don't know if that landed with the chat, but we see a knight landing on h4. So right off the bat, Andreikin says, you want an unconventional approach to the opening? You got it. And a big question here is whether white seizes the bishop pair with h3 in order to meet bishop h5 with an early g4. Then we might even see e5 by black, attacking that knight on h4. What a weird sequence of opening moves as the queen comes out to d3, David.
Yeah, I mentioned it was slightly unorthodox what black is doing, putting a knight over on b6, but it's even more kind of rare to see what Andreikin's doing right now. Definitely must be some kind of preparation, Daniel. He keeps looking away, looking down. He's trying to recall something. I think he's going to...
What is he looking away at?
No insinuations
on
there,
Mr. Howell.
No.
I see.
Top players,
sure
that's just how they remember things. Pawn to e4. Let's change the topic. What do you think?
No. GMs do like looking up at the ceiling. I feel like now that is a very different connotation. It's an interesting procedure that black is doing on the king side, with the move g4 very likely, I think, seizing the bishop pair and then fianchettoing your f1 bishop to g2. If you're grabbing the bishop pair and you're white, oftentimes you want to push e2, e4 very quickly and open up the center. So I'm curious. Andreikin is hesitating. He hasn't played g4 just yet. It is a pretty committal move. Are we going to see a preliminary bishop to g2? Is he going to save this move, keep it in his pocket?
Yeah, he's flexible. Maybe he's also fearing the speed with which Niels has started this game. Niels has barely paused for thought. And especially as this kind of weird rare stuff with knight c3, queen d3, you normally smell a rat when your opponent keeps blitzing. But e4, Danya on the board. No hesitation here, just exploding the center, or at least attempting to.
I'm a little bit surprised at the order of operations. I thought that he was going to keep e4, save it for a rainy day, but maybe it is a rainy day over where Dmitry Andreikin is located. And the big question now, does Black simply trade everything on e4, maybe even try to initiate a queen trade at the end of the line with queen to d5? Or do you play this French style and simply protect the d5 pawn with a move like e6, as you're indicating? Where does your instinct lie?
Ooh, I think I'd be reluctant to open the center. I knew it. As soon as I say don't take on e4, he takes, of course. If I said the other one, he would have played the other one. Simply because, as you mentioned, it's likely white's going to get the bishop pair. But I guess he's just trying to be solid. He was saving this for an Andreikin day. No, Andreikin. That wasn't
day.
that pun.
Oh, God. You are really making it rain. You're raking in the puns. Andreikin in the puns. Queen to d5, raking in the queen trade. And it was interesting, 2 moves ago, Andreikin paused for just a second before recapturing on e4, David. There was a really funny fork with queen to b5 check, picking up the bishop on h5. So it was worth investigating, but the d4 pawn would have collapsed at the end of the line. So deciding against any early shenanigans is Dmitry Andreikin. And now he's got to decide not just whether he's trading queens. I don't think a queen trade can be avoided, but is he trading on d5? Is he playing bishop to g2 and trying to trade on his own terms? And who does this sequence of events favor? Probably the position still approximately within the realm of equality, dynamic equality, I want to say.
Yeah, it does look like that right now. It feels like Niels hasn't done anything wrong. It makes a lot of sense to trade off. And this pawn structure we're about to see, most likely Black putting a pawn on e6, maybe even a pawn on c6. It comes from a variety of openings, the French defense, the Caro-Kann. So yeah, it feels like Black here will be solid enough. I'm expecting g4 sooner rather than later, because this bishop at some point might be able to save itself if Black gets enough time. E6, bishop e7, asking this knight a question. But yeah, it's going to be a long grind ahead, Danya. It feels like, we're going to see some long maneuvering. Who do you think that's going to favor stylistically?
I'm rubbing my hands together. I can't wait for that. I think stylistically it should favor Dmitry Andreikin, but nowadays everyone's universal. I mean, even grandmasters under 2,700 are largely universal in their approach. It's not like the old days when, a player would get a strategic game and then start rolling their eyes and be like, I can't handle this maneuvering play. And we see g4 from Dmitry Andreikin, and we see that Niels is not playing bishop g6 instantly. That's because bishop to e7 is a very appealing alternative, counterattacking the knight and inviting this further transformation of the pawn structure after gh, bishop takes h4. So a lot of, let's say, strategic problems and strategic questions for the players to answer, as we do see a trade on g6. So Andreikin grabs the bishop pair as we expected, and Fianchetto's his light squared bishop to g2. That's really the pride of his position, that bishop on g2. At the same time, what pride of the position are we talking about? Black's got a pawn on c6 and a beautiful knight on d5, which I would hesitate to push away with c4, because then the problem would metastasize. He would chop off one head and 2 would appear in its place after knight to b4.
Yeah, pushing c4 always weakens the d4 pawn as well. And actually, I was going to mention, Daniel, if you could just put the white pawn back on g3, then you cover the f4 square. I think white has a long-term advantage. Here, it's difficult to imagine that being too significant, because Black has access to f4 already. Knight f4 check looks very tempting if you're trying to equalize the position. I think this one is most likely going to fizzle out. It feels like Andreikin's got nothing from the opening here.
Yeah, I mean, knight f4 check already triggers a bailout. I don't think that Niels can realistically play for an advantage here. I think with the bishop pair and with the f4 square covered by the dark squared bishop, it's hard to imagine a scenario where Black ends up being better. Maybe knight f4 check can be met with king f3. I mean, maybe Andreikin will try to keep some fire alive in this position, but there's no question the opening has been successful for Niels Grandelius. He doesn't have to play knight f4. I mean, he could play king e7 or king to d7. But in the long run, David, I think if white can cover the f4 square, you do run the risk of being worse. if you're black. Maybe h4, h5 at some point to expand on the king side. So I wouldn't necessarily hesitate if I'm Niels, and I would have put my knight on f4, but instead we see queenside expansion with a5. What do you make of this decision?
Yeah, it's just one of those typical moves. It's never clear who it actually favors advancing on that flank. But Niels, he's worked closely in the past with the likes of Magnus Carlsen, who was famously a second for Carlsen, and that's a very Magnus move, very AlphaZero move. You push a pawn to a5 and just assume that you cover some squares, get some space, and the pawns are always ready in the endgame for any races. But Dania, this looks like it's going to be a quiet battle for a while. Maybe we zoom out. The Division 2 game has started between Wesley So and Vachier-Lagrave.
Absolutely. I think that's a great choice. This one, not necessarily a guaranteed draw, but definitely it's a slow burn in the endgame. And the other game seems to be a slow burn in the opening. We have two examples of the bishop pair on both boards as we look at our bird's eye view there. And Wesley So has the white pieces in game one of the Division 2 Grand Final against MVL as he pushes black's bishop away. We had h3, g4 on the right board, and we have a3, b4 on the left board, David.
That's right. And actually two Reti openings. So both games derived from the same opening variation. And white starting. You mentioned a3, b4. Does white continue with a minority attack to try and soften up black's pawns on the queenside flank? White, you mentioned with the bishop pair, how to open the position, how to make the most of them. What comes to mind?
Well, I would be reluctant, or shall I say reticent to rush the queenside attack with b5. So I don't know if you're ready for these puns or not. But Here I go anyway. And here I go, says Wesley So, as he opens up the center with e4. So we're seeing some pretty interesting parallels in our two games. Here the queens are on the board, and I think that favors white. I really like Wesley's position here, especially if the knights get traded and he completes that central expansion, the d4, d5, opening up the light squared bishop as you're indicating. MVL has to keep the d5 square under control, but that's easier said than done. If you play the move knight f6 to d5, white's knight could potentially drop back to c3, just chasing that knight out of d5. And if white can orchestrate the d5 breakthrough, David, I think that there might be hell to pay for black.
Yeah, this is really uncomfortable for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I'm a bit surprised, actually. When we jumped in, I thought, he's solved his opening problems, or at least he's solid enough with black. But no, really nice play from Wesley. And now, big decision. Do you take on f6 and try to power through the center with d5, or do you plant a knight into the c5 square? Actually, that looks pretty appealing as well. Multiple options. I'm trying to think of some puns to match yours, but got to give me some time, Dania. It's as the players wake up and warm up into their games, my pun game will have to do that as well.
No, I think that was I only had ready puns. That exhausted my supply. The reservoirs are running dry. White's clock is running a little bit dry as we see Wesley really investing a lot of time in this decision. I do like knight c5. And the problem is if you take on f6, you're giving black's queen a chance to develop and vacate the d8 square for the rook. So d5, I really hyped that move up, but it's going to lose some of its effectiveness if black can very quickly put a rook on d8. In fact, after knight f6, queen f6, d5, black could even respond with rook a to d8, pinning the white queen. So, I mean, it still looks pretty pleasant for white, but this is not the same effect that d5 would produce if black's queen were still on its initial square, David. That's why I really like knight c5. But 4.5 minutes now for Wesley So, continuing to ponder this critical moment. I think he believes if he makes the right decision here, he will be able to handle this position even with just a couple of minutes on his clock.
Exactly. He's still for choice here, that's for sure, Wesley So. The more I look at it, the more I think just knight c5, especially against someone like Vachier-Lagrave. You don't want to give any activity, even if you're achieving those strategic goals like getting d5 in. Once the black queen comes out, bishop comes out, there's going to be ideas against the f2 pawn. No, just block it. I don't see any reason to be unhappy there. He does put the knight on c5 and instantly eliminated. So bishops against knights. Wow.
By the way, on the other board, I think we will get to the surprise of exactly no one, a peaceful result in the first game, as I'm seeing just loads of pieces coming off the board, and we do have an opposite colored bishop position. But here the queens also come off the board, and look at the speed with which MVL is playing. I think he pre-moved bishop c5. That's a pretty risky pre-move in case a knight didn't appear on c5, but it did. And now he's swapped the queens and immediately opens up a second front with a7, a5, just posing more problems to his opponent and now developing a 4+ minute time advantage.
Yeah, that's his strategy, right? The fast Frenchman, the tricky Frenchman, he loves to apply some pressure on the clock. He trusts his kind of instincts just better than anyone I know, Danya. He plays rapid chess like it's bullet, at least in the early phases, and he only stops to think when there's some calculation to be done or when he senses there's something in the position, like now, maybe rook to a4, just to eye up this pawn. It's counterintuitive, but knights do often fare quite well against bishops when they're kind of both paired up like this, as Wesley gives a slight shake of the head. Who would you pick here?
I still think that maybe White's position is a tiny bit preferable from a static standpoint. You've got the 2 bishops against 2 knights. At the same time, your point is well taken. The d5 square is a nice little base of operations. Black has this maneuver, knight e6 back to c7 and then up into d5. The b4 pawn is a long-term weakness. So if you really want to liquidate, I think you can find a way to do that. But Black controls the a file, Black controls the d file. It's hard to say. The position is definitely equal from an objective standpoint. Maybe you trade a pair of rooks and stick the other rook on a2 or on a4 if you're MVL. That's what he does. Maybe White takes the knight on f6 and tries to bail out. What do you think? Is White now struggling to keep the balance?
Yeah, I think White should be fine. You normally don't want to panic too much when you have bishops, but I agree. It might be kind of more practical here, especially with the clock ticking down. You don't want to get so ambitious here. You want to keep the balance. Okay, but rook b3 and knight d5 instantly from Vachier-Lagrave. He's allowing actually a capture now on d5, changing the pawn structure. He's arguing that his remaining pieces are more active than White's. Okay, how to bail out? Yeah, I think I'd start to take Black here, Danya, just especially with the clock situation.
I would start thinking about declining a draw if I'm Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And the pressure that he puts on his opponent's clock is really hard to transmit until you face him. It's so annoying. The guy just has his moves prepared, and you start wondering, how is he able to make these complex decisions so quickly? He's got 7 minutes on the clock. Wesley now dropping to 2 minutes. Bishop takes d5, c takes d5. David, the big problem is that you're tied down to the b4 pawn, and the b4 pawn is protecting the c5 pawn. So you want to make sure your queen side doesn't come down like a house of cards. Maybe you just bring your king up with king to f1 and keep the status quo. Instead, we see bishop e5 by Wesley So, keeping the status quo. I want Mo rhymes. No, that doesn't rhyme.
We see what you're trying to do, Daniel.
I've really descended very low to rhyme with Wesley So.
I approve. But right now, tactics galore. Suddenly, okay, the rook is hit. If you don't take kind of drastic measures, maybe the black knight will park itself back on this beautiful b5 square. And if the black king starts coming, the knight on b5 combined with the passed d pawn, this could start looking pretty grave for white. Or should I say Lagrave for white?
Oh, I see what you were setting up there. It's never what it seems. Never what it seems.
Yeah, it looks like black's getting the maximum out of what he could have hoped for here with beautiful pieces. I mean, I would take black here all day long. 5 minutes up on the clock as well, Danya.
Yes, and rook e2 is a very clear sign that it's not that Wesley's desperate, but he's trying to bail this out, even at the cost of a pawn. Can you now take on b4? What's the problem with just snagging a pawn? Does he want rook e7? I think he does. I think Wesley is going for activity. Maybe he'll throw in a check on e8 first to bury that king into the corner. He does. And now that rook will likely drop down to e7 with only 1 minute on his clock. Now he needs to be very accurate. Does Wesley so? Bishop f8 instead. What a bold move, David. Is that also a bad move, or is it just a bold move?
It looks like a bit of both here from Wesley. So he's just gambling. He's playing moves without having the time to calculate. He wants to play rook e7, of course, but that can be easily countered. I'm looking at the move knight to d4. First instinct, just coming back to f5 if need be. You never have to worry about pawn to c6 here with the discovered attack against the black rook, because black can move that rook with a check on b1 and save the day. So knight d4 looks safe. Maybe there are others. Rook e7 doesn't look scary at all. It can always be met by king to g8 in some variations. I don't know, Daniel. Maybe pushing the d pawn in some lines as well, just starting the race. looks really promising for black.
And it's important to mention c6 by white might seem like a scary threat, but black can always drop to b1 with a check. If white's king were on g2 in this position, then c6 would be a grave threat. You're right, d4 is on the board. I wouldn't pay too much heed to the eval bar. It's a hard move to deal with when you've got only a minute on your clock.
Yeah, only 1 minute. Vachier-Lagrave, so instinctive. I'm not sure how much calculation he did there, but yeah, it does look scary. 3 squares away from touchdown now. Oof. I think I would be terrified, Daniel, of going rook e7 here and just gambling. It feels like that's, yeah, just a bit too random, a bit risky, but king g2.
Can black just push d3? And the big problem, David, is that rook d8 is going to be met with rook to d4. And not only is your rook cut off, but after you trade, your king is also cut off, king f1, d2. And black's knight is going to control the e2 square, MVL. You don't need to tell him twice. Okay. D2, goodbye.
Yeah, what's the idea? He wants
CB?
to take the pawn, but knight d6 there, maybe?
Bishop takes d6.
Rook takes b7, and there's no promotion.
Oh! Because you can promote and win the b pawn, but that's got to be a draw with a fortress. Oh, that's incredible. And now MVL, I was going to say, is going to take his time. He's not going to take his time. When does MVL ever take his time?
This is the idea now. Does black just go for that rook d4 anyway? Really simple, but we'll get queens on the board, Dania.
We will. And will there be a checkmate there at the end of the line, David, with queen f3 check? Is that what MVL has to calculate now?
Yeah, we would put this on the board, but I think it's very likely to appear anyway. So for those viewers at home, we're spitting variations here, but rook d4 I think is going to be forced. And black's going to be a pawn up even if there's no checkmate, Dania. Queen and knight against queen and bishop, often a really just a dangerous duo anyway. So
knight d4 is also a move, though. Knight d4 is what I'm wrestling with. Knight d4, because you would prefer for the rooks to be on the board if you're black. If you've got the first turn at your opponent's king, you want the rooks on the board. But I'm going to let MVL calculate this. Do both of these moves win? He does choose knight d4, and I think that might be the clinical path to victory in the first game. He's done it. MVL is a beast of calculation, and in general.
Just incredible.
Not just in calculation.
I was wondering here, though, what happens after bishop takes rook, black makes an e-queen, and white plays c7? How does black finish that off? We're going to see it.
We're about to find out.
Queen check. Maybe it is just checkmate, Dania. I think you're right. Queen and knight.
F1, queen h1, mate. Okay, that's not going to cut it.
This is mate's next move anyway. Wow. Vachier-Lagrave. So stylish. Takes the win.
He takes the win in the first game of the grand final, and that is bad news for Wesley. So MVL leads 1-0, winning with the black pieces out of nowhere. David, it looked like a completely tame position. Looked like Wesley was in the driver's seat. He had the bishop pair, and then suddenly things started to turn around. In the other game, we did see a very peaceful draw. Nothing surprising happening there. What a win for MVL. Incredible time management, confidence, and then the ability to turn that game around at the drop of a hat, it seems.
Just incredible. Here we see Wesley. So on the camera, must have been frustrated by the way today has started. Losing with white isn't the ideal beginning to any clash, especially when he needs to take this first match to get to that reset. Wins with black are like gold dust, and MVL made it look straightforward. Dania, what a start to the day we've had.
An incredible start as we see some footage there of the players. David, I think we owe it to the chess public to dedicate our quick opera game review to that black pieces victory by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Can you spotlight the critical moments in that first victory by the Frenchman with 3 names?
Let's do just that. Let's jump in and do a bit of a action replay of the last stages of that clash. Here we see the beloved Opera browser. It's your chess browser. Remember that this is the perfect place to play chess, to open up a secret tab when you're at work. That's what I like to do when I'm on these commentary calls. But meanwhile, this was the key position where it went astray for Wesley. So And talking of the Opera browser, it was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who struck once he got his opportunity. So here White was, I guess, getting ambitious, playing the move bishop to f8, and we'll see how that turned out, but rook to d8 was perhaps the safest, just to keep an eye on this runaway passed pawn. This would have maybe kept the game within drawing margins. Black still better though, of course, being a pawn up, but bishop to f8 was duly punished after the move d4. Passed pawns are there to be pushed, they say, and after king to g2, the decisive blunder, the pawn was suddenly unstoppable. Pawn to d3. If rook d8, then black could just slide his own rook across. One variation that Daniel mentioned was that after a capture, white's king is just not in time. d2, and the knight covers the key e2 square. Black makes a new queen anyway. So c6 was tried in desperation, but Vachier-Lagrave said, I don't care. He continued pushing, and rook to d8, knight d4. Great calculation here, even giving up the rook. The key is to get the queen no matter what. The d-file now closed, and after bishop takes rook, a queen appears, and just before white's able to make a queen of his own, queen to f3 check was decisive. White's king has no defense. If you slid back this direction, knight e2 check would have ended in checkmate. If you go king g1, queen h1 is a beautiful mate, king e1, queen e2 is the kiss of death, and instead going to the h2 square didn't help either. In this position, Wesley so resigned because king to h2. Wow, he actually played to checkmate, sorry. Knight f3 here was the killer blow. Like a great conductor of an opera, this was a great win by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Wow, and a great game review by David, the Barber of Seville Howell. Remember that Opera is the internet browser for chess enthusiasts, and if your name is Giacomo, it's Giacomo Puccini or Giacomo Rossini or any Italian opera composer, you are using Opera with Chess.com integrations on both mobile and desktop. Opera guarantees that the chess community is only a tap away, and it's free to download, so use !chess browser in chat or visit go.chess.com/opera to take the Opera browser for a test ride. It's Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart approved. Make sure to make Opera your browser. If you're a chess enthusiast, David, we are certainly enthusiastic about the way that the Division 2 and Division 3 Chess.com Cup finals are unfolding, aren't we? Aren't we, David?
We are, Daniel. I mean, that Division 2 game got crazy. I thought it might go into a bit of a lull. I thought Wesley, I mean, he's the master at bailing out when he senses some danger. I thought he would just try and shut that game down, but fair play, Vachier-Lagrave on fire. Division 3, a slower start, Daniel. That one, it feels like the players yet to kind of show their hand or take too many risks.
Yeah, yet to really start operating. But I'm positive that in game 2 with colors reversed, Dmitry Andreikin, now he's got the black pieces, but more importantly, Niels Grandelius with white. He's an e4 player. He's going to go for his opponent's throat. Especially you're in the loser's bracket. You're feeling that additional pressure to really make that statement early, I think, because, well, you've got a long road ahead of you.
What opening do you think he's going to go for as he aims to make the score 1-0?
Oh my gosh. Oh man, that was smooth. I'm expecting 1 e4. Now, Niels Grandelius, he can play everything. d4, c4, knight f3. You mentioned when you help Magnus Carlsen prepare, you're a universal player just by definition. But in the rapid time control, I've mostly seen him play e4. Maybe we'll get a Sicilian, Dmitry Andreikin, a big fan of these various Paulsen, Kahn, e6 Sicilian type structures. And we do see 1 e4 on the board, and a Sicilian is indeed on the board.
Oh, great prediction. Great prediction, Daniel. You know these two extremely well. I guess you must have played Dmitry many times on Chess.com, right?
Sadly, yes.
Lurking.
He is always lurking, always trying to steal that Title Tuesday Cup away from me.
And we do see an open Sicilian. I mean, you mentioned Niels Grandelius working with Magnus Carlsen. In one of his chessable courses, Niels did reveal that he was in charge pretty much of lots of e4, e5 openings, coming up with ideas there. But e4 in general is his forte. And this open Sicilian, what do you make of this? Do you have experience on either side, white or black here?
Did you say it's his e forte?
Wow.
I have experience. I'm going to forget anything was said. I have more experience on the white side of these Sicilians. I am a lifelong Najdorf player, but the Najdorf and the Paulsen, and the Khan are very, very different. And the Najdorf, your pawn is on d6 rather than e6. So obviously there are similarities when it comes to really all Sicilian structures, especially if black plays a Scheveningen style approach with d6. But this early f4, I want to say I'm already totally unfamiliar with where the players are taking this Sicilian. You see the bishop dropping into b4. That's actually not that common in these types of positions. Usually that black dark squared bishop is more modestly deployed to e7. So whichever player is more comfortable here has the advantage, no question about it.
Yeah, and this game definitely promises to be more exciting than the previous clash in these two. I think on paper, Niels Grandelius, a solid draw with black is a great way to start the day. Now, a fiery attacking position with white, pawn to a3 he starts with. I'm expecting him to play queen to f3 in the near future. Just get castled if he can. Black will most likely drop the bishop back this way, though, to c5. It looks a bit awkward the other way. Andreikin, yeah, this is a risky type of setup.
I just liked those two arrows because the bishop has ears. Yeah, it's a cute little bishop on b4. Look how cute it is. But something tells me you want to keep it on the board. Bishop to c5 would be my instinctual choice, trying to make it hard for white to castle kingside. But he actually takes on c3. I was not expecting that at all. That was not on my radar. And that tells me something has gone quite a bit wrong in the opening for Dmitry Andreikin. It's probably not that bad, David. I mean, he's managed to castle kingside, and that pawn on e5 is controlling a lot of important squares, but you're not giving away the bishop pair if you're truly happy with your position.
That's right. I mean, if black got 3 or 4 more moves, if black got like b5, knight bd7, bishop b7, and could start targeting the e4 pawn, then he would be loving life. But yeah, it feels a bit off. It feels a bit wrong. And which side are you casting, Danya? Are you sliding to the right or to the left with the white king?
Probably to the right. Partially because I'm very partial to this exchange sacrifice on f6. After you castle kingside, it becomes a serious positional threat to play f takes e5, and in some cases to play rook f1 takes f6. So when this f file is open or semi-open, I like the prospect of castling kingside. On the other hand, you also have to be very careful. Black's knight from f6 can jump into g4. The queen from c7 can easily slide up to the a7 g1 diagonal. So this is not a decision that I would make lightly, and this is why we see Niels Grandelius actually delaying the decision and making a very slow move, h3, to control that g4 square and restrict the mobility of black's f6 knight before he decides on a spot to castle. What about you, David? Do you like this kind of slow roll approach by Grandelius?
Wow, it does feel like a bit of a luxury in open Sicilians. I mean, I'm not a big expert. I've tried to avoid them like the plague my entire career. But when I have dallied and kind of delved into those murky waters of the open Sicilian, I'm always kind of reluctant to play these slow types of moves. It felt like castling was safe enough. Knight g4 ideas, there was always queen e1. Maybe it was playable, but yeah, now black does have a bit of time, and it's just about how to use that time. I think the knight might land on d7 as soon as white threatens those exchange sacks, Danya. I agree. They look too scary. So does he start by trying to already attack this e4 pawn? I'm not sure how. Rook e8 or b5, bishop b7. He starts with knight d7. Maybe coming in?
Yeah, this decision to spend a tempo on positional niceties, shall we say, maybe it'll cost Grandelius, or shall I say it'll cost him. Dmitry Andreikin will certainly try to make sure of that. As he gets his knight to c5, you were indicating also b7 to b5, or even b7 to b6. You know, the point of that move is not as much queenside expansion as it is to set up that b7 square for the bishop and engineer long-term pressure against the e4 pawn. So that single tempo Niels Grandelius spent on covering the g4 square, I think, has given Dmitry Andreikin the time that he needs to complete his development. I still like white's position. I think white is better. The knight from e2 can jump into g3. Not only to later on activate via f5, but also, of course, to lend another helping hand to that e4 pawn. So a big question now for Dmitry. Does he play knight c5? Does he play b6 or b5? Does he... Well, he probably doesn't take on f4. I think that plays into white's hands completely.
Yeah, often in the Sicilian, you do want to take on f4 and plant a knight into e5, but as you say here, it plays into white's hands. It opens up the white dark square bishop. Even if white were to take with the rook, there's all sorts of those exchange sacrifices you mentioned. Ugh, that would have been ugly. So rook e8 instead. And I love your move, knight g3. Just bring it forward.
It plays into white's hands, and it also plays into white's Neiman.
Wow.
Are we going to be out of a job after this commentary?
Yeah.
Or are we just going to get hired for more commentary positions? It's my fault if we do. I take responsibility for it. You know,
In the
I
meantime,
think I might have started this war.
I resign, Danya. You take the victory. But in the meantime, Division 2 final, grand final has started. So maybe we zoom out temporarily here. We'll back in on this game a bit later.
It has started, and I think it might be about to finish. But look at MVL and how devilish his ideas are. Where are the pieces on the board? That tells me it must have come from a Berlin, just because a lot of the pieces are gone. But I think we have to zoom in and examine, David, these complications, because suddenly I thought that this was moving toward a draw. I thought a draw was a foregone conclusion. But the more I look at this position, the scarier it starts appearing for Wesley So.
Yeah, there are tricks in the air. I did a bit of a backtrack there. I can confirm, Danya, that your suspicions were correct. It's the dreaded Berlin defense. It's the rookie one variation where everything flies off the board at the speed of light. And yeah, some danger. Just to maybe show some of the... whoa, queen takes a2. I was going to say that is playing with fire. Let's jump in. e7, I think it's going to be played, surely now. And
it must be, otherwise white is worse.
Rook is paralyzed forever. I mean, queen to... Ooh, maybe it's hard to get in. Maybe queen to d4 will be neutralized, queen to d5. If white just lands a queen on d8 somehow, this is game over. But maybe there's no easy path to get there. Queen d5 is incoming.
Queen b6 is a move, but you're also kind of hedging your bets when you play queen to b6. I mean, black could potentially give up the b7. Wow, black is better in this position, apparently. Is it because of queen to d2? Oh, hitting the rook and covering the d8 square. So it's very easy for white. Oh, and there's a beautiful tactic like rook e3. Yeah. I think black can play rook takes e7. What an idea. And you're also, not only are you winning the rook back, but you're keeping the white queen completely dominated, covering the d8 square. And you're not even giving up a single pawn. How miserly of the black queen.
Wow, this is a really sneaky tactic. So actually, they're following what we predicted. e7, the blue arrow makes its appearance. By far the best move, rook e8. And the question is now how to try and get in. If you are Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, rook d1 makes some sense as well. Trying to bring the rook. Is that an option?
Rook d1 might get him into d1 if he's able to win the game with that move. Rook d1 f6, is that a defensive resource the black is considering? Because that queen on a2 is sitting really nicely covering the e6 square. So f6 king f7 becomes a full-fledged defensive resource, I think. I mean, yeah, is white in the defensive here, actually?
It's possible, right? I mean, it looks like surely you'll be able to bail out at some point. You have this beautiful pawn on e7, but you are a pawn down. And I like my little foot soldiers there. I like counting one extra point. That's how you win games. But f6, the blue arrow again, Danya. You called it maybe the only move to hold the balance right now for black. Pawn to f6, but asks big questions of white as well.
And we should show, like, I think there's a very cool line. Queen a5, rook to d8 is a thematic idea, and f6 has been played. And of course, Wesley is not going to miss this. But I just really wanted to quickly show rook takes d8. e8 equals queen is a commonly missed mate. You might assume that white has to take on d8. Of course, you can't miss the opportunity to make a rook. And this leads to back rank checkmate. So this was sidestepped correctly by Wesley So. He's played the move f6, and his next move is likely to be king f7. How do you bail out if you're MVL? Do you play a move like rook to d7? Do you just kind of sit on the position and claim the black has no way to make progress? Or is there a forcing option here?
Well, that's the key question. Just to show everyone again at home, rook d7, you don't really want to bring the queen back, because after an exchange, white gives a check, and this is just terrifying, this type of endgame for black. Even if it's not immediately over, definitely king f7. And the king is a great blockader. So rook d7, you called it. There's nothing immediate, so he has to just play for compensation activity here. The problem for black is that the black queen is tied down on this diagonal. just to stop any queen e6 check nonsense. So yeah, it feels like white is safe enough. Can black bail out now, Daniel? A queen check, and queen's off the board.
I think that black can bail out and probably should bail out because you're not really going to supervise the progress of your B and C pawns with only a queen. When your rook is stuck like that on e8, I don't think that your winning chances are too realistic. Again, MVL has managed his time very well. He's got 621. I just don't see the point in burning all of your bridges here if you're black. At the same time, I think MVL is very happy with a draw in the second game. But we do see b5 by Wesley, so I guess he's not risking just yet. I mean, he's keeping that queen a1, queen e5 resource in his pocket, and it's actually a serious threat now. Or is it not?
Looks like it might be. Yeah, getting the queens off by force. a check. And yeah, especially if black's able to get queens off, get king f7, rook takes e7, and keep one pawn alive. Slide the black rook behind one of the black pawns. He should be winning that endgame. So Vachier-Lagrave suddenly with some threats to deal with. I'm not sure how to begin. Do you kind of stop that with rook a7, for example, or do you just make a bit more space for the white king so you don't kind of walk into that queen trade?
Rook c7 is also an option because if then black plays queen a1, queen e5, I think white is just in time to eliminate the c and b pawns. But already you're kind of hanging by a thread. Yeah, takes, rook takes c6, rook takes e7, and very important, rook b6 picks up the b5 pawn and gets behind that pawn. Okay, we have a move, and it is king to h2. So you called it. He's just eliminating the source of the problem, stopping the threat by ensuring that queen a1 does not come with check. And now we'll probably lose the game because of queen e6 check. So don't move the queen away from this diagonal. Maybe king f7 is a safer bet here.
Yeah, king f7. Yeah, I guess the idea there would be queen e6. So I really like that idea. It always feels a bit scary to bring the king out like that, but yeah, looks like the way to go right now.
King f7, queen e6, okay. I mean, you have connected past pawns. It's not so easy for white. I mean, okay.
What would Wesley be thinking right now, Danya?
Oh man, you're setting me up. You're setting me up for this. King f7. I can try to come back after queen e6, and probably Daniel is already suggesting some wrong tactic, as he usually is. But king f7 is a very appealing option for me, and I'm already not seeing, kind of like in the previous game, we were already talking about, okay, wait a second. White seemed to be in the driver's seat, and suddenly black is the one calling the shots. I think a similar role reversal is happening here, where I'm already not seeing exactly how white kind of forces the draw, forces the bailout, which MVL might want to consider doing.
That being said, maybe after king f7, there's a sneaky move, queen to c5, not just eyeing up some pawns, but queen c5 would set up a really nasty threat of queen h5. So, yeah, maybe the king on f7 still slightly vulnerable. Yeah, he's got to move. Wesley just feels a bit slow today. Really behind on the clock in both of the games so far. This one, it's less dull than we predicted. We jumped in, we thought, okay, handshake, draw, or virtual handshake and draw. But yeah, somehow it's still alive, and it's not over. Still some accuracy needed.
Oh, and I was just thinking of ways that black can mess this up. King f7, queen c5, and then queen to h5 would have been a major threat in that position. So, there's a lot of weird geometry in these unconventional heavy piece positions that you have to keep track of, as we see h6, a nonchalant, just sort of a plain vanilla move by Wesley, tossing the ball back into white's court and claiming that, no, Maxime, you don't have any clear ways of improving your position. But David Howell seems surprised at this turn of events.
I do. h6 just feels odd. It feels, I don't know, a bit counterintuitive. I still like that queen c5 idea, setting up all those ideas of rook d8, and actually queen h5 check ideas coming with less venom now that the pawn's on h6. I don't know. I eat my words, Danya. It looks like Wesley's just about in control. Should be able to bail out now with the draw.
As mesmerized as I am by this position, there's a lady outside walking 5 dogs simultaneously. I've never quite seen that. She literally has 5 dogs on a leash. But it's pretty clear that MVL now has Wesley's king on a leash as the queen moves up to e4, attacking c6. And you're paying the price for that move h6. The g6 square is now a major hole. And I guess my big question would be queen takes f2. That could not possibly be on his radar, I assume, because of the check on e6. Maybe you can eke out a draw there with a perpetual check, but we were not expecting black to be the one kind of begging at white's doorstep. Maybe it's time for king f7. Maybe you just accept that this is not the game in which you're going to come back. You need to make a draw until it's too late.
Yeah, king f7 keeps the white queen honest, just to protect this e7 pawn. I love that one. I think that's by far the safest. Queen takes f2, like you said, isn't pretty much a draw offer, but that's reliant on after the white queen moving some checks, which don't guarantee a perpetual. So yeah, king f7. Should we zoom out briefly just to update everyone on the other board? Because it looks like
yes,
Nils might be going for the 1-0. He's a pawn up.
Okay, he is a pawn up for no compensation, or as my coach would say, he's also got the compensation in the form of a stronger bishop on c3 than black's knight. This is a great chance for Niels Grandelius to strike first and come oh so close to that necessary 2.5 point total. But we know how resilient Dmitry Andreikin is, how resilient of a defender he is, and I think his position has already improved, David, in comparison to what it was a couple of moves ago. I think that it's very, very hard to actually break down the resistance here. But Niels Grandelius is certainly trying.
He's certainly trying. And the big question is whether white has time to play a kind of maneuver like h4, h5 right now. There's one key weakness on g7 on the dark square. White's bishop is beautiful on this diagonal. If the knight can be driven away, then black might just collapse. So what is up his sleeve? h4, Danya. Is he just going to try and get the queens off, for example, with queen e6? Even that endgame looks pretty grim.
Well, he's wearing a short sleeve t-shirt, so I'm not sure anything is up his sleeve. But I think that queen e6 might be his only option. And sometimes if you're on the advantageous side in these types of situations, you're almost reluctant to go into the endgame. You're rolling your eyes because now you have to defeat Dmitry Andreikin in some long endgame. You want to win the game with a clean checkmating attack, but that might be impossible. So if you're Niels Grandelius, first of all, 2 minutes on the clock, you don't want this turning into a complete all-out time scramble. We know Dmitry Andreikin is very good at those. Okay, h4. Is that on deck? Is he thinking about a slower approach? Maybe a move like rook to f3? I would not abandon my back rank if I'm Niels Grandelius. I like the look of h4. Yes, exactly.
That being said, maybe his idea with queen c6 is rook to e8 and into e4. And okay, he plays it. Rook e8.
Great call. Is he going for, wait a second, h5, rook e4, hg, rook takes
Not
g4,
quite.
and there's no way to promote that pawn.
Not quite. Mate would be threatened there as well. Rook
b4 and g7 will be protected by the black rook in that line.
I'll quickly show this as the players think. Getting down to 1 minute. h5 here is apparently the best move, but after rook e4, you need a good square for the queen because taking the knight does not cut the mustard here. This is a check, and as Daniel mentions, even king h7 is actually fine, but king f8, the black rook covers any checking squares on g7 or b4, and queen takes g2, massive, massive threat. So, okay, Neil's still thinking, in this position, maybe he can move the queen, but it does feel a bit scary. Black's going to drop a rook into h4 with a check. Suddenly, all three results possible.
Exactly.
This game heating up.
Because queen c6 to b6 check is possible as a follow-up. It's on the board, rook to e4. And now the big moment for Niels Grandelius, who's got 47 seconds. Where does he put his queen? He puts it on f5. Apparently, that's the wrong move. The eval bar drops. Rook to h4 check is the best move. David, what result are we going to see here? Rook h4, queen b6, and rook f4. Is that the problem?
Oh my gosh, he's walked into a double attack. We're going to see it. It's all forced. Queen b6 check.
No! Queen f2 might be forced.
Oh my god. Queen f2 would get the queens off, but at the cost of the lack cost of the h pawn. Rook f2 though. Rook f4 is what he missed. Maybe he needed to put the white queen on g5 or a different square where she couldn't have been hit by the black rook. These minor details. They decide everything, Daniel.
And there's more bad news because rook f2, rook f4, queen c8 check. Black is able to drop the knight back to f8. King h7 would have allowed white to pick up the knight with check. And now 15 seconds for Niels Grandelius. He's got to keep his composure accept the inevitable, and he does play rook f2. We will see knight f8 on the board. How does he defend the rook on f2 with 10 seconds on the clock? Bishop to e1. But queen e3 would terrify me. I guess he's got queen to c3, and everything is under control for the time being. If black wants a draw, David, probably rook takes f2 and queen takes b2 is sufficient. But is Dmitry Andreikin going to get ambitious here in white's time pressure?
Yeah, Andreikin's so good at sensing momentum changes. He's got this really nice, smooth style where if he can set these kind of simple traps, then without too much risk, I think he'll go for it. But yeah, it's just if queen e3 is neutralized instantly with queen to c3, then he might just try and bail out. I don't see it, Danya. I don't see how he can continue playing. There we go. Bishop c5 now, I'm expecting, and surely perpetual check. I don't think the white king can hide. Although queen a1, apparently the only move.
Not my intuitive choice. Queen to c1 would have been my choice, but that's why Dmitry Andreikin is on the hot seat, and I'm in the commentator's chair. King f2, queen f6, and you should keep in mind that if the king steps onto the e-file, you can actually force the queen trade with queen to e6, and I think that is the key detail, which allows black to save the game. Niels Grandelius is going to repeat moves, and what a save this is going to be. Wait a second. Yes. No reason to do anything crazy with 6 seconds on the clock and a second draw and a much more combative game than their first one. What a save. What a save, David, by Dmitry Andreikin, who keeps this match all tied up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, that was, wow, a brilliant save. But I think we'll recap everyone on the other division as well. There we go. It was a draw as predicted. In the clash between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley. So, yeah, Danya, the 2 draws in this second game of the day, but I mean, it could have been so different. It felt like that was really dramatic with, yeah, some real twists and turns. Unpredictable there, some of the last moves.
Twists and turns indeed, and MVL is oh so close to taking Division 2. It's first to 2.5 points. Wesley So has a much longer journey since he comes from the loser's bracket. But man, oh man, David, we have game review because we had a very combative second game between MVL and Wesley. So we thought that there were chances at some point for both sides. But at the end of the day, I think the draw was a relatively just result, David, wasn't it?
That's right. A draw was a just result, and maybe good news for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as he gets ever closer to Division 2 victory. I just wanted to break down how that game finished. We saw slightly towards the end there, but let's show how it wrapped up. Here in this position, we jumped in thinking that maybe Wesley was in a bit of trouble. For example, taking this far advanced white pawn would have allowed a check. And now be careful, if king to h8, queen f7 would have been a cool tactic, making use of black's vulnerable back rank. The rook, of course, tied down to the 8th rank if you cannot take the queen because of a check and checkmate next move. And this would have given white the advantage. Wesley, though, cold-blooded. He simply captured on a2. The black queen now, X-ray vision defending the f7 pawn. So white doesn't really want to capture anymore. White wants to play e7. This is what Vachier-Lagrave did. And we saw some really, really accurate play over the next few turns. Rook d1, the only move not to lose. Pawn to f6 by Wesley. So he found it. Rook to d7, b5. And we left it here after h6. And this is how the game concluded. Queen to e4, king f7. White simply decided there's no reason to play on. Black actually has a major threat in the position, queen to e6. If the queens come off, black wins due to the outside passed pawns. And this was the moment Vachier-Lagrave said, enough is enough. Allez, let's go. It's a draw. Queen takes c6. He got all the pawns off the board. And queen b7, the last accurate move, forcing the rooks off on his terms. And here we see a perpetual check. The black king cannot escape. And the game was simply drawn. Good news for Vachier-Lagrave, who's still in the lead.
A great game review. David, as always, you are a true professional. Let me ask you something. Do you remember your 17th birthday?
No, Daniel.
Not a loaded question. Not a loaded question. No, I don't either. But let me tell you what 17th birthday we will remember. It's Chess.com's 17th birthday. And we're celebrating you with a special offer. How about that transition, folks? Do I get a quick pat on the back? Well, you certainly get a pat on the back if you take up the 50% off limited offer 50% off your first payment for any premium membership. To celebrate Chess.com's 17th birthday, not only does premium membership unlock features like unlimited game review and puzzles, but your subscription also powers events like the CCT. Use !special in the chat or head to go.chess.com/special and enter the code CCT24, no spaces, CCT24 on go.chess.com/special to unlock 50% off for Chess.com's 17th birthday. Well, we have more presents for you coming up because we have more CCT action as Wesley So seeks to climb back from the hole that he finds himself in against MVL. Division 2 and Division 3 will be decided on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned, folks.
Ready to take your chess to the next level? Now through May 15th, get 50% off any Diamond, Platinum, or Gold Chess.com premium membership. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads, all at 50% off. Go to chess.com/special and enter code CCT24. Discount applied to first payment period only. Existing premium members are not eligible for this offer.
All right, first game we're gonna play is rapid fire.
All right.
I'm gonna name a sport, and you're gonna tell me who the greatest player is. Basketball.
Kobe.
Kobe, all right. Baseball.
Shoot. Well, the ones who play at the St. Louis Cardinals, they have some young players. I think Mike Matheny a player?
Mike Matheny?
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Okay.
I meet him all
What about soccer?
Lionel Messi, because he's very consistent.
Okay.
Also, since back in college days, he was already number one, and he's still until recently number one.
Football.
Mahomes, I watch him. I watch also his commercials.
Okay. Tennis.
Djokovic.
All right, I love it. Golf.
I guess everyone says Tiger Woods, but there's this very pretty girl, Paige Spiranac.
All right, I like it. All right. What about poker?
I only know Jennifer Shahade. yeah, I only know her and Grishchuk. So.
You hear that, Jen Shahade? You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT of poker. All right. Chess.
Danny Rench.
Okay, come on. You're the best. I appreciate it. I'm going to say Wesley So then.
You said favorite, right?
The favorite? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT?
GOAT?
Yeah.
Hard to choose. I'd say Fischer for now. But I suppose the right answer is Carlsen, but I'll say Fischer because he's American.
Okay. Chess boxing.
I'll pick my boy Kanti.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he hasn't done it yet, but I think he might be one of the greatest ever when he's done.
Probably, yeah. He's pretty good.
Your favorite movie?
Well, say Lord of the Rings first comes to mind.
Okay.
Classic. I can watch it over and over again. But I like the newest the Batman.
Okay.
3 hours long, the latest one. So
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's the best Batman movie ever.
Okay. Favorite TV show?
Is The Crown a TV show?
The Crown? Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna go watch it right after this tournament, the latest season. I love it.
That's great. Favorite author?
I'd say Sam Shankland if he writes more books. Okay. Well, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Like, I really want to read Levi Rosman's book, so I'll get there one day.
Well, on Levi, I'll ask you, who's your favorite chess creator?
Hikaru. I love his Twitch streams. Although since his Twitch websites, I've been following him less. Yeah. But when he was in Twitch, like, I enjoyed watching his Title Tuesday stream, especially. Like,
Blitz or classical?
Classical.
Online or OTV?
Over the board.
E4 or D4?
E4.
Fischer or Kasparov?
Yeah, that's a hard question, but I go with Fischer at the moment.
Closed or open positions?
Open positions.
Searching for Bobby Fischer, the movie, or The Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I go with The Queen's Gambit.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Chess.com Classic Division 2 and Division 3 final. And the Division 3 final between Niels Grandelius on the right and Dmitry Andreikin, the former candidate, on the left, is all tied up 1-1. In the Division 2 final, Wesley So trails Maxime Vachier-Lagrave 1.5 alongside Grandmaster David Howell. David, there's a lot of work to do for those players who come from the losers bracket. They have to win this match, and then they have to win another match. But right now, it's the next game, which is on their minds as we get ready to start the third game of our Division 3 Grand Final.
That's right, Danya. Plenty of play still ahead, but for Niels Grandelius, mixed feelings. A huge missed opportunity in the previous game where he was a pawn up for next to nothing, but ultimately losing control, letting it slip, and the score's still locked 1-1 here in Division 3. For Andreikin, that's good news. He has the extra life, and now he has the white pieces, Danya. Normally, that's just how the storyline goes, right? If you miss opportunities, it's in the back of your mind, things start to spiral, and it can be frustrating. But a repeat of game 1 of the day. What do you make of this?
Okay, well, I always say that there are two types of players. There are opening repeaters who are too proud to change the opening that they kind of set themselves up with before the match. And then there are players who don't mind deviating. Something goes wrong and they immediately deviate, but Niels Grandelius belongs to the former category. You know, we know how good he is in the opening. He's a very proud grandmaster. He doesn't want to admit that something went wrong, especially when nothing went wrong. He got a great position with this weird knight d7, knight b6 line in their first game, and they're repeating. Are they repeating the opening? But wait a second. Here there's queen takes g4, sacrificing the exchange. What's the difference, David?
Yeah, huge difference. Last time there was a pawn on h3 and a bishop on h5. He'd included these two moves. Wow. Is he going to sacrifice Daniel? What do you think? Is he going to take this bishop, give up the white rook in the corner? He has done.
Absolutely. Wow. But what's his follow-up? Is it knight to f3, shutting down the queen? It is. And how does the queen get out of h1? Now, the problem for a lot of people, the queen on h1 is not an immediate danger, right? White cannot attack it on the next move, but the problem is that if it never gets out, and if white gets the bishop out of c1 and long castles, David, then the queen is going to be in mortal danger.
Yeah, this is terrifying. Niels just walked into this. It's like he sleepwalked into it almost. Understandable. He thought it was kind of no difference, but surely you smell a rat. Surely you stop and think, oh, my opponent's repeating this. He's done it a slightly different order. And yeah, I'm really surprised. And the eval bar says white is in control. And this is the type of position, Daniel, that, I mean, can spiral so quickly. One slip with black. If you're not accurate here and now, you're pretty much lost. Like you said, white just needs 2 tempi. I'm not sure where the bishop goes. Maybe e3, castle queenside, and then the white light squared bishop will move. There's checks in the air. You can come to h3. The black queen is doomed. So yeah, what to try? h5 attacks the white queen, but she will simply sidestep to some square. And I don't see how to ever extricate the intruder, the black queen, how to get her out to safety again. This looks terrifying. Yeah, I mean, Niels suddenly head in hands.
1.3 is kind of a weird evaluation because you would think that either this is winning for white or it's not. What does 1.3 mean? How can white be clearly better here? But I would take that evaluation and throw it into the trash can. Niels Grandelius might have been under the impression that they were following the same moves as they played in game 1. I certainly was, and if white had traded queens on d5, I would have been none the wiser. But the lack of h3 and bishop h5, you called it, David, in the previous game. At this level, it always comes down to these small details, these seemingly insignificant details that you don't pay attention to until they bite you in the you-know-where.
Yeah, in the previous game for Niels, it was just putting the queen on a slightly wrong square. That was the difference between winning immediately and ultimately having to settle for a draw. He didn't have time at that point. Here, he had all of his time left, but he didn't kind of smell that little difference, and he might be duly punished. I don't even know where to start in terms of delving into variations here, Dania. I don't even see how to dream getting the black queen out.
Let me try. E6. Go. E6.
Let's jump in. E6. And if I move my bishop?
F5.
Well, maybe... I realized I've given my queen no escape squares. I'm going to take back. Sorry, Dania. Bishop D2.
F5.
Oh, wait. losing anyway. Oh my
But
gosh.
the problem is f5, and if queen h5 check, then g6 and you lose the knight on f3. And if queen to f4, I think this is the big line. If queen to f4, I've got the move knight to d5. And again, the queen is unable to maintain contact with the knight on f3. So I think in response to e6, David, white needs maybe some sort of a prophylactic move. Maybe queen to e4 first, kind of beating black to the punch, but let me long castle here. This was my kind of secondary idea.
Thank you for running past my multiple blunders there. Now I'll play bishop c5.
No, I've got the
bishop
easy
d2.
job. Bishop d2, f5.
Oh, it's a blunder again. f5, queen e2, I was going to try and play.
No, that was also a blunder. We are making all of the best moves. The computer just doesn't know what it's talking about. What about e5 here for black?
Wow, trying to force your way out.
DE knight c4 was my idea.
Wow. Yeah, queen takes knight. There's queen takes knight. And yeah, suddenly you're forcing your way out. I mean, it's easy to blunder. We're trying to play natural moves, but the eval bar's swinging all directions, up, down, left, right. It feels like this is discombobulating, to say the least. So knight f3, e6. I like it. Has to be tried. Really sneaky threat, actually, Danya. But okay, we try again. I wonder whether king e2 is ever a thing.
Oh,
wait. King e2, queen h3, bishop g2?
Oh, that is a badass idea. Oh my gosh, David, you redeemed yourself. You redeemed yourself. Yeah, you redeem yourself. I think redeemed is the proper conjugation, but what an idea. And I think we should just show, let's say black plays f5 and stubbornly follows up with his idea. This is not a construction that you see every day. And f5 in the meantime has been played, but without e6. Oh. What is going on here? What is this?
Wow.
Is this panic?
It's a free pawn, Danya. Can I take it?
Oh, he wants g6, I think, and bishop g7 maybe, attacking the f3 knight. But come on, that's not...
Okay, this is creative from Niels Grandelius. Maybe the white queen goes in the other direction this time. Yeah, he's positionally weakened himself as well now, as tactically. Let's go back to the game. f5's played, given a question mark. Ooh, wow, no. Queen takes f5. That king e2 idea, by the way, that's very similar to a Karpov idea from a very different type of position, but with a black queen trapped on h5 and some pawn to g4 ideas of trapping it. But
yeah. Was that Karpov-Kamsky?
I'm trying to remember the opponent. Karpov? I think it was definitely Karpov with white. Chat, help us out. But king e2, it just rung a bell, and suddenly queen h3. Yeah, it's Niels has stopped that. Maybe he saw it, so fair play to him. Now the white queen maybe shouldn't go back to g4 this time around. I'm not sure why. But
well, I think queen e4, David. Queen e4, bishop g7, bishop f4 could be an idea to... basically, the idea is to shut down the f-file so that when black castles kingside, the f3 knight is not hanging, and then you can revert back to the old idea and long castle, setting up bishop to c4 check, or bishop to h3, trapping black's queen. And we always take for granted how these top players, they not only know when to stop, they know when to pause and say, wait a second, this is an important moment, this is an important decision. So it's not just the actual correct decisions that they make, it's also knowing when to pause and when to sense that, yeah, the next decision that I make is potentially a game changer. Boom, queen e4 on the board. And Dmitry Andreikin vibing along with the imaginary music, because he is just a couple of steps away, I think, from winning this game and potentially winning this match.
Wow, that's a hammer blow for Niels Grandelius. I mean, we didn't expect an opening expert like Niels to be caught so early just by a little move order kind of inversion there. So really classy stuff. Bishop f4 from Andreikin. How sneaky is that prep? Just like you said, repeat, but not quite repeat, and set a nasty trap in the meantime. Castle's now just a ring threat.
He's brought him to his knees, or to his kneels.
Yeah. The black queen kneels down as she prepares to get trapped and leave the board. I'm struggling here. Niels Grandelius is struggling here. This just looks game over, Danya.
I cannot believe how well you riffed off of my pun.
White's advantage is narrowed it sky high right now. Sorry.
This is going downhill faster than Niels Grandelius' position. Oof, too soon.
Yeah.
Is this resignable?
I think it is.
G5? Can I try G5? Are you still going to castle queenside if I play g5? Oh, and bishop b5 check is another threat. Ay, ay, ay. And if you castle, you know what's crazy, David, is that there are 3 different checks that the white bishop can deliver. If the black king stays in the center, you have bishop b5. If the black king goes to the king side, you have bishop c4. And if the black king goes to the queen side, you have bishop to h3 check. So the black king can literally not escape the wrath of white's bishop. Yeah. Isn't that geometrically crazy?
All the light squares are open. The light squares belong to white. And like you say, just no matter what black plays in this position, the bishop moves and the black queen is doomed. I mean, this is a miniature.
14-move game.
It's over.
15-move game.
Just needs to castle. I mean, maybe there are other winning moves as well, but looks by far the most simple, Danya. Big threat of a discovered attack. Discovered check, feels like, on the black king. Discovered check on the black queen as well. Just castling. There we go. He's played it. Bishop b5, deadly threat. Picking up the black queen. Double exclamation point. I think very natural move at this stage. But yeah, Niels might just resign. 15 moves. Heartbreak.
No, this is not the kind of position where, okay, you can make a couple more moves, hoping for a miracle. Niels Grandelius takes a sip of water, but it's to calm himself down, not because he's happy with his position as he looks off to the side. That is the universal, how could I let this happen face that we all know so well, just kind of autopiloting the opening. And I will hypothesize, David, that he thought that they were following the moves from their first game, just kind of forgetting the significance of h3, bishop h5, forgetting that queen takes g4 was a thing. And what a victory by Dmitry Andreikin. This one is going to sting. It doesn't end the match, right? You need to get to 2.5 points, but this will put Niels Grandelius on the brink of defeat. He will need to be perfect, essentially, from this moment on.
Yeah, he's going to need to play a blinder in the next game. Niels will be in a must-win situation to keep Division 3 Grand Final alive. Even then, he would have to play an Armageddon. He'd have to win that, and he'd have to win the Grand Final reset. So it's hurdle after hurdle now for Niels Grandelius. Andreikin on the brink.
Yeah, he's going to resign here, I think. I don't see a reason to continue playing. You're literally down a full queen and potentially getting checkmated if you go kingside. After bishop to d3 or bishop to c4 check. It's all over Red Rover. The other game is a little bit more combative, and in that game, it's Wesley So who's on the brink of defeat. Not in that game, but in that match, of course. Man, oh man, are the winners doing some work today.
Yeah, let's zoom out. Let's keep both boards on, as it looks like Niels, he's played one more move, but I think it might just be a total of one more move. But yeah, the board on the left, Wesley So against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We haven't gone to it because it's been a slower start, at least on the board. Wesley's burned a lot of clock, Danya, but it's an English opening. It's kind of a reversed Sicilian type of pawn structure. White's rook looks more than a bit strange on the edge of the board on h4, but other than that, looks quite under control for black right now. Who do you think is the happy of the two?
Well, just to put the cherry on top, on the right side, we see bishop takes g5 by Andreikin. That game is going to end within 2 moves, and we will let you know when there is a result. But Niels Grandelius will resign. I actually think that white is the happier of the two as we zoom into Wesley versus MVL. But never mind, e4 played instantly by the Frenchman with 3 names, striking at the center. Niels Grandelius has resigned on move 17, and Dmitry Andreikin leads that match 2-1. But as the center explodes, David, my one concern here for white is the lack of the light squared bishop. When your fianchettoed bishop has been traded, you're always dealing with weaknesses around your king. And MVL is so good in these dynamic positions. He's also up 3 minutes on the clock. I'm starting to get concerned here for Wesley So.
Yeah, if white were just a bit better coordinated, I would quite like his position. It looks like you've got a beautiful bishop. You've got the triple stack on the c-file, some real pressure here, but you can't really do much. I don't actually see any natural moves. And like you said, if there aren't any natural moves, the tactics might start to turn in black's favor. Now you've mentioned it, the white king is a bit airy, and I just don't see any means of improvement here, Danya, other than maybe just trying to get some pieces off the board. I don't know, rook d1, knight d4 feels a bit soft. It's not what you want to do, knight d4 there, just to trade pieces, but it feels like, as you mentioned, easier to play with black suddenly.
Yeah, now 4 minutes down on the clock is Wesley So, and a lot of people in the chat might be pining for this sort of typical exchange sacrifice on c6, but it loses a lot of its effectiveness because Black's rooks are both on an open file. If you just trade everything on c6, at the end of that line, Black's knight from e4 can, for example, jump into d2 and open up an attack on the e2 pawn. You see the eval bar dropping precipitously, and that is just because you don't have sufficient compensation when the rooks are this active. Okay, maybe knight d2 is not accurate because of knight to d4, I guess, but I think people get the point. I mean, this is not the kind of move that you make because you're happy with your position. And we do see e3 with only 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock. Wesley So trying to control the situation. Rook to d5, another instant response by MVL. And now it's his turn to engineer some threats against White's king. 90 seconds on the clock for Wesley So. He is at death's door here already, David.
Wow, this actually might be the end of Division 2 if Wesley's unable to find a balance here. King G2. Daniel, this could be the last game if Vachier-Lagrave wins. We've just ignored that possibility, but looks really likely now, actually. Rook H5 looks terrifying for White. Even Rook F5 just lining up some tactics. Some sacrifices.
Well, the one thing is we know how good Wesley is with just a couple of seconds on his clock. He's not going to go gentle into that good knight. And I think his idea is to meet Rook H5 with H2, H4, trying to shut down the play against the H file, along the H file, that is. So from the perspective of maximizing your opponent's time pressure, I like the look of Rook to F5 because it's a slower move, and it's a move that forces White to make a decision. That was not an intentional pun, by the way. I know what you were thinking, but you've resigned. You know, I've already celebrated my victory and moved on. I don't know what you're implying there, Mr. Howell.
Your punderful victory.
Are you back in it? Oh my god!
I have conceded. No. I would never dream. I would never dare to re-enter that battlefield. But yeah, I love Rook F5. Just you totally tie down the White Knight to the F2 pawn. Look like it sets up some types of tricks. Maybe nothing immediate, but yeah, Vachier-Lagrave, as he seeks that maximum. I'm not sure what else he's contemplating right now. You could even just wait. White doesn't have a threat, just A5 or something like that. Yeah.
That is the classic GM move. When in doubt, push one of your corner pawns up to A5 or H5. That is the influence of Alpha Zero. But in all seriousness, David, we shouldn't underestimate the effectiveness of a slow move in your opponent's time pressure. That is the common wisdom, right? Do not force the action when your opponent is in time pressure. Force your opponent to make a decision. There's nothing worse than having 3 or 4 possible moves when you've got just a couple of seconds on your clock as the knight drops back to D6. A little bit unexpected, but clearly MVL was not too happy with that placement of that knight on E4. Okay. What do you make of this? And where does the rook go? Rook A4 on the board. Wesley So not happy with this turn of events as you see him shaking his head there. A5?
Yeah. There we go.
Yes.
As predicted, of course. Now, big threat of knight B4. Oh, wait, he ignores the threat? What?
No!
Why not?
What is MVL doing? Knight B4?
Why not knight B4?
And the pawn on C7, I mean, I haven't calculated it, but there's no way you could have captured it.
I guess maybe he was afraid of queen C3 lining up on the diagonal with some checkmating threats, hence the F6 move. But F6 kind of uncalled for. That looks really shaky. And suddenly there were tactics of the white queen jumping into G6. So Maxime, he's invited the white rook in, and then he's tried to lock the door behind it by planting his own knight on E4. Really awkward placement for that rook. And we see the eval bar slide up and down, and it's going to continue that way. G5, the blue arrow, Daniel, I was about to mention, the rook has been locked in. So it's now the moment to trap it, to catch it. On to G5.
It is, although rook takes F6, white could try to sacrifice the exchange and open up black's king. So G5 is just not an easy move to make. You'd also have to find out what to do against rook to G4. Instead, he drops the knight back to D6. And does that mean he's okay with a repetition? G5, it seems, just ends the match here. But is Wesley going to decline repetition? I don't see him doing that with just 50 seconds on his clock. And now a big decision for MVL. Does he try to end the match right here? Because he knows he's better. No, he's going to go for a draw. And that means unless Wesley declines it, Wesley does decline it. What a gutsy call by Wesley So, declining 3-time repetition, which would have guaranteed another game. And now Wesley has another chance. And again, he declines repetition, this time with rook to c4.
Can he continue? He keeps getting asked. Knight d6, knight e4. Vachier-Lagrave's just pre-moving almost, repeating back and forth, yo-yoing with his knight. The rook has to move. It's as simple as that. Maybe you drop it on c2, but then you're vulnerable to knight b4 ideas. This is really brave, Wesley, with 30 seconds left, Danya.
This is so funny. MVL is shutting his eyes and just playing knight e4, knight d6, knight e4, watching Wesley's clock dwindle down. And I think you have to go for the repetition if you're Wesley. So it would be madness. It would be madness, Carlson, for you to not go for the repetition with just 20 seconds left. You're going to have to pin your hopes on the black victory, but he does keep finding ways. And there we go. We have a draw. Never mind.
Wow. All of that does lead to a draw and one final game for us. In this Division 2 clash. I checked it out, Danya. He actually played knight e4, knight d6 10 times. One of those two moves, 10 times in a row. Wesley tried to keep it alive, but Vachier-Lagrave insisting in the end. Wow.
You know, I'm a little bit surprised at the alacrity with which MVL went for that repetition, because you basically have a chance to end the match. And speaking of ending the match, both matches are currently in a 2-1 score. Niels Grandelius has to win the last game on demand, as does Wesley. So in order to force an Armageddon, then they have to win that Armageddon, and then they have to win a second match, David. So the path is long and arduous, but to me, MVL at least could have invested a little bit more time there, seeing if he could find a forced win. And it seems that he had a forced win at several points in that game, but obviously defeating MVL with the black pieces on demand, no easy matter, and you can just sense the frustration in Wesley So's body language.
Yeah, Wesley just not quite at his best today. It was all about game one of the day, where he was caught by surprise. He allowed a d-pawn to run through, and Vachier-Lagrave picked up the lead. He's playing the odds, Danya, here. Yes, Vachier-Lagrave, he knew his position was quite promising with black. He had full control. Maybe he could have gone for that variation, trapping the white rook, picked up some material, but he didn't want to randomize things, even being up on the clock. And yeah, he's backing himself in this next game. MVL still huge favorite, as is Andreikin in the other clash.
Indeed, if we won't see a repeat of that Berlin, but before the games get started, we wanted to remind you that the Chess Up 2 Kickstarter campaign is officially coming to a close. There's only a couple of hours left to take advantage of the massive discount when you pre-order your Chess Up 2, the smartboard that syncs with Chess.com. Use !ChessUp in chat and stick around during the break to learn more. Do not miss your opportunity to sign on, to jump onto the Chess Up train. !Chess Up in the chat, David. So many cool chess products coming out nowadays, and Chess Up 2 is leading the pack.
Exactly. Chess Up 2, highly recommended. I've got some friends who've checked it out, and I mean, Chess Up, Division Up here, and that's what's on the line for the players. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he might be moving up to Division 1 next time if he just gets the desired draw. And Dmitry Andreikin, this would be huge for him as well in the grand scheme of things. So many tour points on the line.
And I think Niels Grandelius is in a better situation, relatively speaking, because he has the white pieces. And in their previous game with the white pieces, we saw one e4. Something tells me that Dmitry Andreikin might want to change up his opening strategy. The Sicilian is his main weapon, but I've also seen him playing the Caro-Kann. I've seen him playing e4, e5. Players like Dmitry Andreikin are truly universal. They don't just have one weapon in their arsenal. They switch up their openings based on the needs of the game. And for Wesley So, what do you do against MVL's incredibly polished opening repertoire to generate winning chances? That is a tall order indeed, David.
It's a tall order indeed. Here we do see the winners bracket in Division 3, where Andreikin now is on the brink of just the perfect run. And just defeating everything in his path. Looks so impressive. Dmitry Andreikin, of course, one of the 1990 generation, as is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Born in 1990, all those top players in the world, the likes of Magnus, they just seem to always be there, Danya, right now. And Vachier-Lagrave, like you said, he takes white. He has the extra life advantage. Wesley needs a bit of a miracle at this point. He needs to go all out with black, which is maybe the hardest thing to do in chess.
The hardest thing indeed, and we remind you that their first game with these colors featured a Rook E1 Berlin. if Wesley plays a Berlin this time, MVL will just force a draw with, of course, the d takes e5 variation. So if I had to make a prediction, I would argue for a French, perhaps. I know that Wesley has played the French in an on-demand situation like this. David, what is your prediction, assuming that MVL plays 1e4, which I think there's every reason to believe that he will? Yeah, will he even make a move, or will he just disappear from his room and not make any moves?
He's teasing us, Wesley. He's keeping his opponent waiting. Like you said, e4 is the go-to weapon for pretty much all top grandmasters these days if they want a draw. There's so many forcing lines. E5 is pretty much off the table if players need to win with black. The French is hard. Even the exchange French is a hard one to crack.
Don't you mention the Lord's name in vain, David.
Sicilian, maybe. But I doubt we'll see a Sicilian in this one. As you mentioned, it didn't work out for Andreikin last time, where he was really lucky to survive the clash. Niels will play e4. That's what he always seems to do. And let's see what Andreikin has up his sleeve. I think e5, Daniel. Last chance to vote.
e5. Yeah, Caro can, Caro can't. I agree with e5. And e5 is indeed on the board, the most solid move in chess. And let's see what Mr. Grandelius brings to the table. A Berlin. And of course, we will not get a Berlin draw in this game. Niels Grandelius, he needs to win with the white pieces in order to force an Armageddon. And of course, the anti-Berlin, the most combative move, relatively speaking. And now bishop to c5 is all of the rage, but it's obviously not the only move. d6 and g6 is a setup that I'm pretty partial to. And d6 is on the board.
Yeah, even knight e7 was a move in that position. But yeah, d6 is maybe the second most popular. Mr. Grandelius here. He has written a course on the Roy Lopez, of course, for Chessable. Niels is one of the leading experts in the world in the Spanish these days. That's why he was part of Team Carlsen for multiple World Championship matches, because he's such an expert in these types of lines. He knows all the little intricacies. And here we go. He played d3 2 moves ago, Dania, but he's played d4 now. He's really showing his expertise in the move orders. And some big questions while the Black King is still in the center. What to do about this tension? Big threats in the air.
And let me tell you, Dmitry Andreikin better be prepared in this position. And I think d4 is the reason why Black doesn't play d6 and g6 more often, as you see Niels Grandelius shutting down the center with the move d5 and taking the position into a kind of a distinctly King's Indian flavor territory, David. The one big difference is that the light squared bishops are going to get traded. And from a positional standpoint, that favors white because it makes it harder for Black in the long run to engineer an effective kingside attack. So we will delve into the intricacies once the position is more clearly defined. First of all, Andreikin needs to decide between knight e7 and knight to b8. He does drop the knight back to e7 and recaptures on d7 with the knight in order to make it easier for himself eventually to push f7, f5. But David, one more very important thing. If you play f5 prematurely, you allow the knight from f3 to sink its teeth into the e6 square. So we will see the move h6 inevitably by Dmitry Andreikin to cover that square. These are the rudiments of the position. Both players know that. What do you make of this opening transformation? Is Grandelius happy with the winning chances that this affords?
I'm not so sure about what Niels' experiences.
He's so happy.
I mean, he should be happy, right, Dania? It's definitely a full-blooded fight here. No chance of any simplifications. No chance of this one fizzling out in a really dull fashion. Niels, I actually think he thrives in these more kind of imbalanced types of positions. In recent times, he's kind of preferred to maybe play a bit safer, go for smaller edges. But here, yeah, at least a simple plan for white. Knight d3, b4, c5, play on the queen side. King's Indian, as you say, just without the light squared bishops. Bishop e3, a very nice move. This is the perfect diagonal. f5 will be met by f3. There we go. White has the perfect pawn chain. And even if he's not kind of too thrilled, I think at least I think it's a good opening strategy for him. The best outcome he probably could have hoped for. I don't think Andreikin will be too thrilled either. I don't think it suits his style to have to go all out here, which you often have to do as Black to justify the opening.
And I mentioned earlier that the absence of light squared bishops favors white. The reason, in a nutshell, that is the case is because after f4, bishop f2, it becomes harder without a light squared bishop to just essentially force that g-pawn down the board. You play g5, and then you're going to have a very hard time pushing g4. It's going to take you at the very least 3, if not more, moves to set up the move g4. You can play h5. And as you're indicating, David, by the time that you manage to push g4, first of all, even when you push g4, it's not like immediately that leads to checkmate. That opens up several other questions, such as bishop f2 to h4, which can be a very unpleasant response. White is already, the train has left the station on the queen side. White can play rook c1, and, c takes d6 followed by knight b5 is a big problem. So objectively, the engine usually assigns a big advantage to white in these types of positions. It's kind of weird because typically black plays this type of opening when he needs to win. Here, Dmitry Andreikin is satisfied with a draw, so I agree with you. I don't think that this is exactly what he signed up for or what he intended when he played a Berlin. Dmitry Grandelius, as I've called him now several times, he's got to be pretty happy.
Exactly. Niels here, the Swedish Grandmaster with the white pieces. I must say, I actually played a 10-game classical match against Niels back in 2022, and I was playing the Berlin as black in every game, just because it's pretty much the only opening I know these days. And it's the only way that I could guarantee surviving past move 10 against an expert, an opening expert like Niels. But he kept hitting me with all these different opening ideas. And in the post-mortems, when we were analyzing, discussing together, he was like, yeah, I had this in the Magnus camp, and we looked at this. We played training games here. We played training games there. We played training games everywhere. So I was like, oh, wait, that's a bit scary, but also impressive. So that's why I'm kind of in two minds. I'm not sure how much Niels has looked at this type of thing in the past. D6 isn't the most trendy move these days, but I've got to think that the foundations of the position are really nice for white in terms of playing for the win. Like you said, Danya, it's just a double-edged battle incoming in the middle game.
But look at the other game, David. In the other game, I actually think MVL is in huge trouble right out of the opening with the white pieces. I cannot believe my eyes as we go to the two-board view and you see Dmitry Andreikin queen d8 to e8 trying to get his queen into the attack. He is in trouble. But I think the bigger story that's unfolding right now, as Wesley has stuck a knight on e4, that last move he's made has been an excellent one. And MVL's center is at risk of collapsing. I really, really dislike that decision by MVL to just blindly repeat moves in the previous game. I think he had a chance to end the match, and he's given Wesley a new lease on life. Wesley did, in fact, play a French defense. I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit. It was an exchange variation. I'll pat you on the back as well. And how did this go so wrong for MVL? We should also explain why he's in trouble here. In a nutshell, if he castles, let's say he just ignores everything that's happening in the center, and black will play knight takes d2, and your d4 pawn collapses. That d4 pawn is the bane of white's existence right now, David.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. You mentioned a couple of things there. Let's quickly jump in with an action replay to show the opening, because it's still early days here. It's still only move 11. You mentioned the French defense, Danya. I don't know whether to pat myself on the back here. More like whip
Let's
myself.
not pat MVL on the back, though, because his opening was a disaster.
E takes d5. It's aimed towards playing for equality, or not equality, a safe position at least for white. But it was far from that after c4, c5, and queen a4 check. It's very trendy. It's happened in some big games recently. Some top grandmasters playing this slightly odd-looking move. The queen drops back, and already bishop d3 may be a bit inaccurate. I'm not sure whether you need to start with moves like h3, put the bishop on a more modest square, but he's really neglecting the opponent's tempo play here. Knight b4. Hitting the white queen, hitting the white bishop incoming. This had to be stopped, a3. And now bishop to e3 was the way to hold the pawns. Knight b2, knight bd2, as you said, met with this really strong counter knight e4. And wow, I was actually expecting something with castles, some kind of pawn sacrifice. There's still some tension on the diagonal, but MVL actually gives up the pride and joy of his position, the light squared bishop, and takes with the queen. So pawn sacrifice, Danya. From black, how to continue? White's pawn on d4, really weak. Black has the bishop pair. Do you continue playing really actively with f5? Do you take a timeout? Bishop h5, drop back to e6. Options.
Yeah, I think the Russian schoolboy inside of me wants to play bishop g4 to e6, which is not necessarily the sexy option, right? You want to play f5, you want to punish white for his dubious opening play, but sometimes you also want to switch to positional switch gears. Bishop e6 castles and then bishop e7 to f6 comes to mind. Just sizing up that d4 pawn, preparing rook to e8, but a different approach by Wesley as he immediately takes back the pawn. I didn't see that option. What a tactical solution there. But are we happy with the fact that white is now able to castle kingside? White now has the option of knight to g5, and perhaps we should show very quickly for the newer players watching us why that bishop on c5 could not have been captured, David, on the previous move.
Yeah, let's quickly jump back again. Action replay. In this position, we were mulling over what to do with this bishop that was attacked. Bishop takes f3 is definitely not desirable in a positional sense, but tactically it works here because it saves a bit of time. And like you said, bishop takes c5, a real bolt from the blue. Suddenly, on the e-file, white is just one tempo away. You cannot take this bishop, you get pinned, and you lose the white queen. So bishop takes c5. White has to get castled. White has to get the queen out of dodge, the king out of dodge, in that position. And like you said, knight g5 in the air. Still some attack against the undefended black king. First of all, the bishop is threatened. If Wesley takes this pawn with his knight, then he has to allow some exchanges. Maybe the b7 pawn might drop off. If he takes it with his bishop, he might be walking into some tactics. I'm not sure exactly how to punish this. Maybe this is okay for black, but it looks a bit scary. Rook to d1, I'll point out, doesn't cut the mustard here. Bishop takes f2, check. And loose pieces drop off, LPDO. Actually, this has happened, Daniel. Bishop takes d4 and bishop g5 is the reply.
And as usual, MVL jumps ahead on the clock. So despite his opening trials and tribulations, he is still true to his form, putting pressure on Wesley's clock. And the problem is just how quickly white's pieces are coming out of the gates. You can play queen d8 to e8 and try to force that queen trade. The problem, of course, is if you play queen to d7 or bishop d4 to f6, you're running into rook a to d1. And in many situations, white is probably happy to go into a pawn down endgame. Instead, he's gone rook to e8. What a creative solution. And queen takes c6. That blue arrow, we know what it means. What does it mean?
It means it's by far or by a margin, it is white's best move. Anything else? I guess if you retreat, then the black queen just moves. Maybe queen to d5 would be an option. And black is a pawn up. So you need to change the nature of the position. Rook e8, a really sneaky counterattack. Wasn't on my radar, I must admit. Now queen takes c6. Oh, Daniel, it's the type of thing. It's like, I wish I could unsee it because then I could see the position with a clear mind. But now suddenly I can't unsee it. Queen takes c6. Breaks the structure. Looks like it heads towards a drawn endgame. Makes a lot of sense now.
After black plays b takes c6, which is forced, I should add, because queen takes c6, queen takes g5 is a very creative option. Unfortunately, it also loses the game to queen takes eh. Is that a positional sacrifice there, David?
My bad, mouse slip. That didn't happen.
How dare you? I have never mouse slipped in my life. I should want the chat to know. Am I stealing the mouse from you? Queen to c2, he's missed it. He's missed it, and I'm surprised because queen takes c6 is a move that MVL should see, especially in light of the fact that he needs to make a draw. Total liquidation was the order of the day. Instead, he maintains the queens on the board, queen to c2 on the board, and now bishop f6 seems to consolidate a clear, healthy extra pawn. On the other hand, bishop f6, rook a to d1 asks the black queen a very impolite question because queen e7, David runs into rook f to e1. And if you have to lose contact with the f6 bishop, that means your kingside pawn structure is going to be totally ruined. So you'd like to avoid that if you can. Maybe queen to d5 is a superior option, but definitely still some problems for black to solve, dynamically speaking.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in and show the missed opportunity there. A question mark given to this move from Vachier-Lagrave. And I promise not to mouse slip my queen again. But queen takes c6. This isn't a mouse slip. It's just a counter sacrifice because the black queen is hanging. Like you said, pawn takes now. And the pawn structure, I guess now you probably remove the bishop. And I'm not sure which rook you challenge, whether it's rook to e1, whether you go rook to c1. But this looks totally fine for white.
By the way, Andreikin is about to lose his game. But sorry to cut you off, David. Please continue.
I was going to say, instead, Vachier-Lagrave's just a pawn down and looking for compensation. But let's zoom out of this one. This one still has plenty to go. Wow, Andreikin, has he blundered, Danya?
He's blundered a piece. He's losing a piece. Look at this, knight to c6. You don't see a geometric construction like this every day. Both knights are hanging. And if you play knight takes c6, white takes back with a pawn, a discovered check against black's queen. But more impressively, if you play knight takes c3 and say, well, let me exchange those knights first. No, white's going to play knight takes e7 check, picking up one knight and then pick up the other knight with his pawn. Dmitry Andreikin is going to resign in a couple of moves. Knight f5, rook takes f5 is yet another cherry on top. Look at this. Wow. How is Niels Grandelius doing this?
Magic. And you can barely see him on the camera, Niels Grandelius. He looks like he looks like Count Dracula over there.
Yeah.
Oh, this is incredible. And I mean, Andreikin looks devastated on the camera. As you say, he might well resign. He's just losing a piece, but I'm just going to backtrack and show the last couple of moves because some really crazy stuff did happen. He's about to make, okay, he plays knight g3, but in this position, it looks really normal, but knight takes e5. Grandelius was the one to open the position, and f takes e4 here from black. I think he just needed to kind of be calm, just take this piece, allow d6 check, and it was a holdable position for black, but he went hunting here, queen to h5, and it didn't quite work out after h3, knight takes e4. This is where knight c6 landed. He's losing a piece. Let's catch up with the current position, and yeah, the dust has settled, Danya. Indeed, white did win the knight on e7.
You know, if I was Niels Grandelius, I'd still be a little bit scared here, but maybe bishop to f2. You need, just that one more clinical move because black is still looking to make a miracle happen. Bishop f2, rook takes f2, king takes f2, bishop d4 check might be exactly the way that you blunder this game away. And instead, queen to c2 is such a high-class move. That right there is a professional move, bringing the queen back into the defense. And more importantly, as you're indicating, setting up the threat of knight g6 check. Man, if you're Dmitry Andreikin, what were you thinking? Had a chance just to play d takes c5 and stabilize the position. I don't think that he would have lost that symmetrical structure, and instead trying to do too much, trying to win in kind of a fancy fashion, and instead he'll have to do it in the Armageddon.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to accept a slightly worse position, but one that you can handle, one that is rational and where your moves are quite straightforward. Here it was just a big mess, and he allowed it to get messy and is paying now the price. So knight to g6 check looks like the first step. Black's idea is to just sidestep with his king and try to hit the bishop, but surely you can deal with that in various ways.
What's the follow-up after knight g6, king g8? Because there are ways to blunder, right? We just often assume that the win is easy, but it's actually usually far from easy. Andreikin is such a weaselly player. I've seen him pull off miracle comebacks. Bishop f2 by Grandelius, another super professional move, just saying, I'm going to sidestep the complications. I don't need your rook on f8 because I'm already up a piece. I'm going to use the threat of knight g6 check in order to force Andreikin to give up that knight on g3. And once that knight disappears from the board, so do any miracle chances for black. You're just fully down a piece for no compensation.
And he's doing that thing that Niels was doing in the previous game. You mentioned that all the top chess players do. They look away. They know they're getting ready to resign. And okay, knights get exchanged in that slightly convoluted way. Queen e3 check.
King h2, h5 should be tried, setting up the threat of queen takes g3 check. But of course, Niels can also play bishop f2, and he very likely will do just that.
Yeah, bishop f2 looks like the safest. That was really cunning, a queen sacrifice for glory there, Anya. But unfortunately, even rook e1 in that position after h5 was probably fine.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this one.
But okay, but David, hang on a second. Yes, bishop e5. Still some chances.
Maybe chances.
Rook f1, bishop e5, g3 would be one way to disarm them. The problem is that white can always threaten a queen trade. You're up a queen. Sorry, you're not up a queen, you're up a piece. And I think we will see just that. G3, queen f3, and queen to e2 might be all she wrote, David. There's just nothing that black can produce here in the way of saving chances.
Yeah, queen
rook
e2
e3 also works.
Rook e3, yeah. Knight e4 is probably good enough as well. Just everything is winning. There we go, knight to e4. And Andreikin looks like he was about to resign. He keeps playing queen f5, hitting a pawn. And okay, he's still asking questions.
And with 1 minute on the clock, you don't really want to make a move like g4. But do you really have a choice? You also don't want to give away the pawn on h3. And the problem is if you play king to g2, you're allowing black's queen to jump back into f3. So crazier things have happened, especially when you're feeling nervous. You feel like you've got a chance and you're that close to winning the game. 46 seconds for Grandelius. He does play the move g4. And he intends to meet queen f4, I assume, with bishop to g3? Or maybe even knight g3, but I think bishop g3 is the clinical approach.
Yeah, bishop g3, the white king can always hide on the h2 square once a piece lands there. Queen f3, meanwhile, is met by rook e3, evicting the queen. Yeah, rook e3 looks safest now.
Didn't pay its rent.
Ooh. Naughty queen. Queen b3 there. Okay, that's another way of doing
Naughty Niels. Naughty Niels with queen to b3. And Andreikin finding ways to keep playing. That's exactly what you want to do, but Niels Grandelius is not about to give this game away. Having gone this far and come this close to forcing an Armageddon. Speaking of Armageddon, the other game too.
Yeah, both players, both underdogs, both players needing the win. Look like they might be getting closer. Niels here is a piece up. He's got rook f1 on tap. He's going to put his king on g2. I think he's getting close, Daniel. Let's zoom out of this and check out Vachier-Lagrave against Wesley. So Wesley's just a clear pawn up in the endgame.
But I really like what MVL has just done. He's exchanged his bishop for black's knight and established a couple of outposts for his knight on the king side. So the winning path here for Wesley So is much, much trickier than Niels Grandelius' winning path. As we see the move a6, totally natural move, trying to open up the position, get his rook from a8 as active as possible. But h5, the blue arrow is indicating knight to d4, knight to f5 would have been a very, very scary prospect. Instead, MVL trading pawns, buying himself a tempo. And I think the black's winning chances here greatly supersede white's drawing chances, especially, David, because MVL is under a minute.
Fully agree. First time we've seen in this match that Vachier-Lagrave is behind on the clock. Rook and bishop, I don't know why, but they seem to often outpower rook and knight. Vachier-Lagrave making a bit of a gesture there as well, not too happy. Yeah, Dania, missed opportunity. If he had a white pawn on h5, a black pawn on h6, then knight f5 would always give him counterplay. So really bizarre, that decision to trade off a set of pawns. Now the rooks are gone. Pawns on both flanks. It looks straightforward. Wesley So, he's going to strike back.
I'm going to call MVL out a little bit here. That was an incredibly sloppy game from start to finish, it seems, but he still has some drawing chances, right? He can redeem himself completely if he pulls out the draw from this endgame. And if he plays the move f3 and then plants the king on d3, how exactly is black going to infiltrate? Is the idea to play king e5 and king f4? Because if you play c7, c5, white is going to hold the line, to hold the c4 square and try to set up a fortress. So often, David, you're the endgame expert in the house. The way to win these endgames is through Zugzwang. You can't really win it directly, or maybe you can. How do you go about the winning process if you're Wesley So?
That's a good question. Zugzwang, you mentioned that that magical word. You definitely don't want to rush. At some point, knights often do get dominated by bishops. I would love to plant the bishop on, for example, a square like f4, cutting some squares away from the white knight. Ultimately, it's all about the passed c-pawn, and that can only be blockaded on light squares. So if you can stop white from ever landing a knight on c4, that's half the job done. The knight will try to land there at some point, but yeah, if you put the bishop on f4 now, start pushing the c5 pawn. It feels like you're getting closer. The white knight is currently stuck, stopping the black king from moving over to c5, b4. He's doing it, Dania. He's taking away squares from the white steed there, and he's getting closer. A bishop on b4 would also dominate the knight, and then the c-pawn comes, and white's blockade is broken.
Knights are just really bad defenders, and if you drop your king back to e2 here, as MVL drops to 20 seconds and will lose this game, black has king c4, counterattacking the knight on b3. So the moment black makes any kind of progress, whether it's pushing the pawn to c4 or infiltrating with a king, the game basically ends. And MVL trying his best to activate the knight. He will probably put that knight on b5. No, he drops it back to e2. But I think c4 check and the bells, the death knell, is going to start ringing for white. Just a couple more accurate moves required by Wesley. Look at the way that he's used his bishop to completely dominate the knight and guarantee an entry point into White's position. Bishop to a5, bishop to f2, anything should do the trick now. And what a comeback victory by both players who were in on-demand win situations against such experienced, such strong opponents. This is incredible.
Yeah, we could have seen a really short day in both divisions 2 and 3, Daniel, but we're going to get treated to 2 Armageddons. More chess is always better, right? So,
more chess is always better. Short day? Nah.
There we go. Wesley takes the win. The bishop dominates the knight. Black was about to win a second pawn, and Vachier-Lagrave has lost his lead. Wesley lives to fight another day.
What a convincing, smooth victory and an incredibly sloppy game by MVL. Really a set of questionable decisions. He had a chance to put that match away in the previous game with the black pieces, deciding to repeat moves, thinking, I'm not going to lose to the white pieces. Guess what? Not only has he lost to the white pieces, but a very convincing victory by our Division 3 player as well. Niels Grandelius lives to fight another day. Unfortunately, David, for the players who come from the losers bracket, this is just the beginning of what will have to be a journey to perfection. They have to win the Armageddon and then win another match. But you have a couple of key moments to highlight in our Division 3 game between Grandelius, who defeats Dmitry Andreikin on demand with some excellent middle game play.
That's right. In Division 3, Niels Grandelius with White was in a must-win situation, and it was here that he made his move. He actually sacrificed his knight temporarily due to some X-ray vision against the Black King, and here, if Black had taken back, then there would have been a discovered attack, a check. White regains the material with interest. Instead, however, we saw a capture on on e4 even, and after White recaptures, Black now made a strategic error, a tactical error, call it what you will. It was a huge mistake. Dmitry Andreikin should have tried to keep the position sterile here. He should have just removed all the tactics from the position. The simple capture on e5 would most likely have made him a favorite to clinch the match. Now a check is different. The Black King will simply move, and yes, White regains the piece, but look at this. It's now pretty much total symmetry. Yes, Black has some vulnerable squares. Maybe the Black Bishop is slightly inferior to its counterpart, but here you keep control. And that's what Vachier-Lagrave and Dmitry Andreikin both failed to do in that last game. They only needed a draw. They tried to play a bit too passively. And actually, when the tactics occurred, they just lost total control. Here, at least, he would have been the master of his own destiny. So, yeah, big tactical mistake. He actually went for something totally crazy and was duly punished, losing a piece. But Andreikin, now he needs to refocus in the Armageddon.
Review, David, and what a clutch performance by the two players who needed to win their game to stay in the match. We will get 2 Armageddons in Division 3 and Division 2. And before we set the players up and go on a short break, I wanted to remind you once again that today is the final day of the Revolutionary Chess Up Kickstarter campaign. That's one last opportunity to save $100 when you pre-order your Chess Up 2, the smart chessboard that syncs with Chess.com to bring you the best of over-the-board and online chess. Built-in Wi-Fi, seamless compatibility with Chess.com's game review, and touch-sensitive pieces that light up the board when you make a move. Chess Up 2 supports your growth, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Don't miss out on your last chance to claim the Chess Up 2 for just $199. Use !ChessUp in the chat or head to go.chess.com/chessup2. Your last opportunity to save $100. And now's your last opportunity to fill up your coffee cups and go to the bathroom, because you will not want to miss both Armageddon games, which will be unfolding in Division 3 and Division 2 as Niels Grandelius and Wesley So attempt to complete their comebacks and force another match here at the Chess.com Cup. The Armageddon tiebreaks coming your way on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot.
Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now. This May, explore the galaxy, meet new and interesting species, and bring them liberty, freedom, and our way of life, one chess game at a time. Enlist now at chess.com. Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, but in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match win. White starts with 10 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. Lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
Delta Zulu. Welcome back to the Chess.com Classic, where we have 2 Armageddon games as Wesley So and Niels Grandelius win on demand to force an Armageddon against MVL and Dmitry Andreikin. The bids are in the second division. We have 7 minutes and 3 seconds. That was MVL's bid. Wesley with a higher bid by 18 seconds. That means MVL gets the choice of color. And David, we're used to seeing the player with a choice of color choose the black pieces.
That's right. With black, you get the draw odds. So yes, you forfeit a bit of time, but that handicap tends to be offset by getting that extra result under your belt. 7 minutes, I'm going to say, is a bit risky. It's a bit low. We've tended throughout the season, this season of the tour, we've tended to see players bid around the 8-minute mark, slightly under if they're feeling brave. But Maxime now needs to readjust. His last game wasn't his best effort. He needs to step up as he aims to hold off the charge of Wesley. So it's not going to be easy. It feels like a bit of a 50-50, Daniel.
Indeed, and in the other division, we have 8:25. That was Dmitry Andreikin's bid, and Niels Grandelius' bid 50 seconds lower, 7 minutes and 35 seconds. So very likely Niels Grandelius, yes, he has chosen the black pieces as well. We remind you, there is no increment in the Armageddon, David. I think this is the most important thing for people to realize. It's a completely different game. Flagging is very much on the table, so your type of time management has to be different. There is no... Is there increment in Armageddon?
No.
No, there is not. Okay, great.
And Niels has officially faded to black. The camera is working.
He was just getting darker and darker and darker, and that's it. Now he's officially Count Grandelius.
But in the meantime, okay, he is the first to switch things up this time. E6. So slightly different. The Black Knight does not park itself on F6. It's clear how the players spent their break. Niels Grandelius, at least, he spent the minutes between the rounds just before the Armageddon studying this opening. So third time's a charm. Dmitry Andreikin has some new questions to answer. First, a hit on this White Knight. Daniel, what do you make of this? Repeating yet again, both players.
Well, not only is looking up the lines in the break allowed, but I think it's encouraged, and I think it adds an element of professionalism to these matches where the players don't just laze about during the break and, chew on a granola bar. No, they're sitting there slaving away at these lines and trying to make an improvement, trying to pose more questions to the opponent in the next game. And Niels Grandelius, I like this. At the same time, I mentioned that pride might be getting in the way of rational decision-making. So after knight to f5 here, I'm not really sure what appeals to him all that much about this line, David. If I'm totally honest, he might have to give up the bishop pair, and that means he's just sort of stably worse.
Mm-hmm. And it's a Dmitry Andreikin type of position. Andreikin loves positions with minimal risk where he can just play. He has great instincts. He can play by hand. Such great feel, Danya. I mean, you've played Andreikin plenty of times at Blitz, Bullet Chess. How happy do you think he's going to be with the outcome here, still with nearly 2 extra minutes on the clock?
He has to be thrilled here. And of course, we remind you folks that the player with the white pieces has to win the game. That is the nature of Armageddon. Now, don't castle king queen side, because if bishop h3, h4 is a vintage. That really epitomizes what makes Andreikin so dangerous in these slightly better positions. Not only is he really, really fast, he's a much better bullet player than I think some people realize. He actually manages to keep pressure on the clock. He manages to keep pressure on the board, and he's got phenomenal positional intuition. So he's able to make moves like h4 really, really quickly as his time advantage now continues to grow. 6.5 minutes for Niels Grandelius, who is trying to figure out what to do with his king, David, because if you castle kingside, then you might go from the frying pan into the fire. G4 is a very dangerous idea here. That bishop on f6 is in trouble as well. And Andreikin says a6. What are you doing, Mr. Grandelius? I think he's trying to set up, knight a4, allowing bishop h3 with tempo. Is he going astray here? Are the wheels starting to come off for Grandelius?
Quite possibly. It looks terrifying. I love your move, bishop h3. Why not get a free turn? The black queen will move to c6.
Ugh.
And even after a knight trade, just trade king b1. There we go. He's playing all the most logical, most professional moves. g4, g5 is coming. Black's king is going to be forced to commit itself to the king side, but it's walking. I mean, it's out of the fire into the frying pan, or whatever the saying goes. It looks terrifying. Probably the other way around, but yeah, this looks horrible, beyond horrible for Black, Danya. h5.
And it's getting worse. Look at this. Now he can't castle kingside at all. He can't castle queenside because it's illegal. I would play the move rook to d3 here, or maybe even just rook h to e1, getting your pieces into the center and really just frying Black's king in the center. This is a complete disaster of an opening for Grandelius, who he did his research. He found an improvement, but it just isn't enough. This is over.
One-sided traffic. The black king is stranded, cut across the board, can never go queenside, can never go kingside due to the open h file and weaknesses. And yeah, to add to the issues on the e file, like you said, fried. It's over. I mean, rook e1. If the king shifts to f8, then rook e6 looks beautiful. This one, just stack them up. Double
E5?
rooks on the e file.
Rook e5. Rook e5 and rook e1. And rook e5 is very significant because it also makes contact with the d5 pawn, which means, wait a second, bishop e6 resigns? Bishop e6 resigns.
It's over.
What a game. What a crazy turn of events. You think Niels Grandelius, he wins on demand. He's in a good spot. And now we see Dmitry Andreikin sipping his coffee. Just easy clap, as the young generation likes to say. What a heartbreaker for Mr. Grandelius. It's over.
It's over. I love that feature chat. Niels did choose the dark side. We can barely see him on the camera. He chose the black pieces, but ultimately he wasn't able to adapt to this new time control. Still 5 minutes on the clock for Niels Grandelius, but yeah, we'll see him throw in the towel in a moment. And this is huge. Dmitry Andreikin bagging a bunch of tour points, a few extra dollars, and more importantly, a step closer to Division 1 next time. King e8. Okay, this won't prolong anything.
Rook takes h5 was possible there. Rook takes h5 now. Queen takes g7. Choose your pick. Bishop f7, trapping the rook. And officially, Niels Grandelius resigns. Dmitry Andreikin has won Division 3. What a convincing performance in the Armageddon. Wow. No comment right there.
Impressive stuff from Dmitry Andreikin, and many congratulations to him. He stayed in the winner's bracket throughout Division 3, deserved champion over there. But that leaves us with one other Armageddon game. Let's jump straight over, Danya, where it is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave aiming to hold off Wesley So.
It looks like Wesley So is in Lagrave danger because MVL has kind of a dream setup. White's time advantage is all but erased. And there we saw knight to d5 by MVL setting up this trap. Knight g3 would have been met with knight takes e3. That is why Wesley brings his king up to h2 specifically as opposed to h1. There was the threat of bishop takes h3, but now he's also setting up the idea of knight e2 to g3. So the big question in this position is, can Black maintain this clamp on White's center? Well, so far, so good, I think, for MVL, who's down to 5 minutes, has to keep the tempo up. Maybe just bishop to g6 and f5 is an idea as well.
Danya, I love Black's position. He looks fully in control right now. He actually drops his bishop back the whole way. Looks a bit odd, the bishop on h7, partly because now the Black king will face some back rank problems long term. Also, h5 maybe hard arranged there. b5, you sent some tactics, Danya.
No, I'm just shocked at bishop h7 because bishop g6 is better from every perspective. Not only are you setting up h5, but you're keeping a Luftsker for the king. MVL has just made a bunch of incredibly sloppy decisions in the last couple of games, and now he's got to stabilize, he's got to breathe, and he's got to go after White on the king side. h5 is on the board, threatening h4, winning the knight on g3, but knight to c4, you're pointing out, David, that knight can jump into e5, and Black's queen side is on the verge of collapsing, so MVL better crash through on the king side before that happens. We're going to get a really, really spicy denouement here in this game.
Definitely, I think that's guaranteed. Wesley So, he's taking big risks with the way he's played, but they might be paying off, and his time advantage has been mostly eaten away now. Less than 1 minute difference on the clock. Queen c5, nice move, aiming to get the queens off. Actually, if the queens do disappear, then Black's bishop really feels in the corner on h7. Also, the white knight, if queens disappear, planting itself into the d6 outpost. Ooh, Vachier-Lagrave has to react quickly.
And there's a key tactical detail. If black plays queen takes c5 and then knight to c3, I think Wesley is intending the intermezzo, maybe b takes c6, or even just rook to b3. And you can't take on b5 there because of a4. So this was a key detail factored in by Wesley So. And everything I said earlier about how good MVL's position is, that move bishop to h7. David, are you with me that that single move, that bishop on h7 as opposed to on g6, is a big reason why black is now in huge trouble? Were the bishop on g6, you could play queen e6 or queen d7. Now you've got to keep the h5 pawn defended, and rook to c1 is going to be a huge problem with queen takes d5 a sudden threat.
Ooh, that is really clever, Daniel. I was going to ask, how do you fend off the threat of h4? Still, this pin, extremely annoying for white, but you're just in time. He plays king h1. He's allowing this knight takes e3 trick that you mentioned earlier. Only move, blue arrow appears, Daniel. He has to jump in. He does. Okay, still a game. If the bishop was on g6, I think black would be better, but that detail, I guess, cannot be dwelt upon by Vachier-Lagrave right now. How is Wesley going to react? Is he going to take that knight?
Knight to c4, maybe? He takes on h5, restoring material equality, playing perfectly thus far. Now the bishop comes back to g6. Again, you can see how important the placement of a single piece is. Queen to e2, stabilizing the situation. Now the knight from d2 is just pining to get into those juicy squares in the center. Knight to c4 will happen at some point as MVL tries to get as many pieces off the board as possible. This is going to be close, David. I think white is better. But remember, if you're Wesley, you need to win this game. It's not enough just to be a little bit better. You need to actually convert your advantage into something tangible as the knight shuttles into a5, knifing its way into those weaknesses in black's territory. Queen e2 to a6 could be a way to follow up if black's queen drops back from g3.
That's right. There's queen a6 on tap, although rook b6 might be a nice reply there.
But okay.
Queen c4 doesn't work. Bishop will block on f7. Although maybe there white just puts a queen on c5 and says, game on. It might come at the cost of some time. Vachier-Lagrave, how do you think he's going to hold up? 3 minutes now. You mentioned flagging, more than encouraged in this type of format. Do you think it might come down to that, Dania?
It absolutely might, and it is a big part of your decision-making process. If you have the option of getting an equal endgame, but your opponent has 20 seconds, you do it. As you're pointing out, the threat of knight a6 is a major one for black to reckon with. You don't really want to give away the b file, but maybe you go rook to b8. And now knight a6, of course, would not be possible because rook takes b1 is a check. Great decision, I think, by MVL. Also, David, rook takes b8 and knight takes e4 will drop the knight to queen b1 or the fork, but rook f1, simple move, powerful move, knight a6, knight takes e4, threats galore across the board. Your knight is better than black's bishop, and now black's clock is dwindling as well. MVL is in huge trouble here. Queen to g4 is another move that's on deck, but bishop d5, knight d7 runs into bishop e6. Be careful.
That's so easy to miss. Yeah,
yes, queen g3 at the end.
Oh, wow.
Queen g3 at the end. It was missed by MVL. He's going to lose.
LPDO, the loose pieces, they're dropping. Queen g3, like you said, Dania, easy to miss, but the white rook is attacked. Actually, the only move for white. He finds it, Wesley, so we might be heading for a reset. And plenty more chess ahead. It's a double attack.
And MVL just has to get it together because he's missing stuff that he has no business missing in these last 2 games, these last 3 games, really. And now it's just a matter of maintaining his composure for Wesley So. Rook f4 is basically game over. Rook c1, it doesn't even matter what you do. As long as you avoid a major blunder, we will get a reset here. And the way that this match has turned, I would consider Wesley So to be the favorite in the reset.
Yeah. 100% agreed. Wesley, until that 4th game, felt like he hadn't really woken up, but by kind of that repetition that we saw earlier, breath of fresh air for Wesley getting given that second life. It was a bit of a gift almost. And the chess gods, as you mentioned, Dania, they punished Maxime for not pushing his advantage and closing this game out. We could have been done several games ago. Instead, Armageddon, reset. I think Vachier-Lagrave is going to be kicking himself inside as white now closes in for the kill. Rook takes c6 is still available.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Queen e1 is not possible. The only check is queen a1, but that is a totally futile check as the king moves up to h2. And checkmate, I think, is largely inevitable against black's king. Rook to c5 and queen to h5 is one mating construction. Queen g3 and rook c7 is another. Obviously, you don't mind the queen trade either. I would play king h2 here. That's a very typical Wesley move. And he's played it. There we go. I've played him too many times. Rook c5.
Game over.
Rook c5.
Ooh. Rook c5 would have won the black queen on the spot. Rook c5 wins now. He finds it.
Yeah.
GG. That's it.
Wow. What a turn of events as Wesley So wins 2 games on demand. He takes the Armageddon. He takes the match and forces a reset. He comes all the way back from the loser's bracket. He wins 1 million matches in a row and now defeats MVL, trying to do what MVL did to Carlsen a couple of CCT tournaments ago, David. It's official. We will have more chess play today as Wesley So wins the Armageddon and forces a reset. I think that calls for a game review by the one and only David Howell. How did Wesley make this happen on demand?
Yeah, Wesley So, he's a tricky customer. As you mentioned, on demand, must-win situation twice in a row. And he managed it, striking against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And we'll highlight in a moment the critical moment where Vachier-Lagrave, as his clock was ticking down, missed a couple of tricks, all due to black's loose pieces. We saw the devastating combo of the white queen and knight. And it was actually here that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave made the final blunder, committed the final mistake. After this, he was given no chance, no shot. The black bishop in this position chose the wrong square, simply. White's last move was queen out to g4, multiple threats. As we'll see soon, there was a hidden disguised threat, but the most obvious of all is knight takes pawn, hence Vachier-Lagrave's reply of bishop to d5. If instead, however, he'd maybe paused for a moment longer, he might have spotted that he could get greedy himself with black. There's a loose pawn hanging on a2. It might look irrelevant, but if white now tries the same thing that he did in the game, knight to d7 with a double attack, black actually is granted an extra defensive resource that wasn't otherwise available. Rook to b1 would have forced the rooks off the board, and black would have been relatively safe in the oncoming endgame. Rook takes rook now would most likely have occurred, but knight takes f6 not possible anymore due to queen takes f6 and the pin along the first rank. So this idea would have saved black. Bishop to d5 instead. This is what Vachier-Lagrave missed. A fork, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn. Maybe he'd relied upon this trick of bishop to e6, but now queen g3, nicely spotted by Wesley. So loose pieces, as we mentioned, do drop off. The rook hit, and you cannot save that rook. Knight takes pawn would simply have been devastating. Black would lose the queen or walk into checkmate. So this is where the game turned. Vachier-Lagrave, uncharacteristic, slow and tentative with his decisions, and ultimately that big blunder deciding the game.
David, that was an excellent game review as always. That means that we will have another reset match, and it'll be a best of 2. But first, we need to congratulate the winner of Division 3. Dmitry Andreikin defeats Niels Grandelius in the Armageddon. We will not get a reset match as Niels Grandelius was coming from the loser's bracket and needed to win. And that is 2 victories in the winner's final and the grand final by Dmitry Andreikin. It was a great fight by Niels Grandelius, David. It was a valiant effort. He did win the 4th game on demand, but ultimately that opening, that knight d7, knight b6 experiment was unfortunately for Niels an abject failure. But a big congratulations to Dmitry Andreikin, the former candidate who plays so well in these online rapid events, and another feather in his very impressive cap.
That's right. Commiserations to Niels, who I count among my better friends in the chess scene. Big fan of Niels Grandelius, but it was Andreikin who receives the plaudits, and deservedly so. In this division, Division 2, Danya, this could end in any way now. Grand final reset confirmed. Wesley maybe starting as the favorite with momentum on his side, 2 wins in a row. And Vachier-Lagrave, what do you think he needs to do to pick himself up?
Well, he needs to step up his quality of overall play. He's made a lot of very sloppy decisions in the last couple of games. It really started from his decision to force repetition in their 3rd game. Then in the fourth game, just unable to find his footing. And in the Armageddon, it's Wesley So all the way. So major kudos to Wesley. The reset will be a best of 2. So first to 1.5 points will win. Before we set the players up for the reset, we wanted to remind you that there is a reset of Blitz Champs. Blitz Champs returns for its third installment, and it will see 8 NFL National Football League players battle for the crown and the $100,000 prize pool for charities of their choosing. Returning champion Drew Tranquil headlines this event, along with Blitz Champs OG Larry Fitzgerald and the highest rated in the field, Chidobe Awuzie. Who will blunder and fumble? Who will checkmate and touchdown and intercept their opponent's ideas? Well, Blitz Champs 3 kicks off on May the 22nd, just a couple of days, a little bit over a week from now. And as always, we will be streaming the action on YouTube and Twitch. Exclam Blitz Champs in the chat for all the info. Well, folks, don't go anywhere because we are on the cusp of a scintillating grand finals reset between Wesley So, who defeats MVL in edition number 1. We congratulate Dmitry Andreikin for his victory in Division 3, and we will have the best of 2 grand final reset in the Chess.com Cup on the other side of this break. We'll be back with just a few minutes with more action. Stay tuned.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
Mom wore this to my wedding.
Yeah, she did. We'd each make one move every morning before starting our day. Never got to finish this one. You been practicing?
Not since I was a kid. Why first? You gonna be all right, Dad?
I'm gonna be good.
Love you. Love you too. Come to Angelina's party?
I'll be there.
All right.
Hello?
Ready to play?
When did you do this?
Don't worry about it. It's your move. Playing Grandpa.
Really?
Yeah. He's kinda about to destroy me. He's pretty good. Nice one, Dad. Granddaughter showdown.
Going down.
Hear about that?
Yep. I believe you go first. Let's see if I can make this magic work again.
Already off to a good start.
Really?
Are you sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll just see.
All right, well.
Gotcha.
Oh my.
Oh.
Smart kid.
How did she do that? That's incredible. Nice going.
You underestimated her, Grandpa.
All right, and the game just got started, so we're expecting to see a scotch from XQC. Do you have any insights on how you think Moist Critical will reply?
I don't actually know. I think Charlie has been maybe looking at the Sicilian defense is my guess, but I don't actually. Okay, he plays the E5. Okay, so XQC is gonna get his scotch opening here. I think. Let's watch. Let's see.
All right, and if he does get it, then he will be familiar. So he's probably pretty happy to have seen E5. I think C5 may have put him a bit less in his comfort zone.
Right. I think E4, E5 is what a lot of players like to play. And here we go. We get the scotch opening. So XQC is very comfortable. I think this is the main opening he's been playing a lot. Okay, now Moist Critical plays Bishop C5, which is not a move that I like here. The system is completely fine at an advanced level. I'm worried about the plans and the process here, because when you bring out the bishop like this, it can become very vulnerable right away. So I'm not sure that I like the variational approach here.
No, please don't.
Daniel Naroditsky is a prophet. He said immediately that XQC will likely go with the Scotch Open, and he did. So I had the counterplay, and he immediately blundered. My is throbbing.
Man, oh man, does that bring back some good memories of the OG PogChamps and Charlie delivering that checkmate. David, it's one of those moments in my life where I remember exactly what I was, where I was, what I was doing, and I'll be telling my grandkids about it for many years to come. The way that our CCT Chess.com Cup final is going, Wesley So is going to be telling his grandkids about how he managed to defeat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as we set ourselves up for a grand final reset in the Chess.com Classic.
That's right. I can't believe it was 4 years ago already, that memorable moment. Time really does fly, Danya. Time has been flying for these two, as it must feel like it's got out of control now for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Just a few moments ago, it felt like he was on the brink. It felt like he was going to wrap up in 3 games his victory in Division 2. But there we see him on the camera, not looking too happy. He's kind of self-inflicted this suffering, this need to go on. Danya, his level has just dropped. It's got to be said. I think he'd be the first to admit it.
Indeed, and you can kind of see it written all over his face. He had a chance to put the match away in Game 3. He wins Game 1 with the black pieces. Everything was going great. He took that repetition in Game 3, and then Wesley, maximum credit to him. He wins Game 4 on demand, and then wins Armageddon. It was a topsy-turvy game. Your excellent game review highlighted some chances that MVL had until the very end to stay in the game, but ultimately blundering that very subtle tactic, Queen G4 to G3. he has to step up his game because the final reset is best of 2, David. This is important for people to remember. It's not a best of 4. It's first to 1.5 points. So the margin for error is narrower than ever.
That's right. And yeah, it's just a sprint to the finish line. First of all, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will aim to, or at least hope to, stem the bleeding. 2 losses in a row at this top level. It feels devastating. It rarely happens. And he starts with black, Danya, which maybe doesn't favor him. Wesley has proven, especially in that last game, that yeah, so strong with the white pieces. What do you expect? Will we see e4? Will we see the English again make an appearance? What are your thoughts on the early stages of this game?
I mean, e4 would make sense. He does play d4 once again. It's important to point out that in the Armageddon, the opening actually did favor MVL. Maxime had a great position out of the opening. This time, he reverts back to what he's most comfortable with, the Grunfeld. Maxime, I would say, along with Peter Svidler, the 2 leading Grunfeld experts in the modern era. And look at Wesley So pausing here because knight c3 is far from the only move. There is f3, there is g3. There's a lot of alternatives to kind of the mainline Grunfeld, and maybe Wesley didn't expect MVL to revert back to the Grunfeld. Maybe he expected a Queen's Gambit, but it's time to make a decision, Wesley. Wake up, let's go.
Wow, spent nearly a minute after Maxime. After Maxime, I mean, who would have guessed it? The Grunfeld. He's only played it thousands and thousands of times.
I mean, come on, David. I mean, what a surprise, right? Surely Wesley must have not prepared for it at all. Okay, I'm starting to get worried about his internet connection, although on camera it seems like he's doing fine. Yeah, knight c3. Finally, he has made a decision in h4, a very trendy line indeed.
Wow. Wesley, I haven't seen him play this one before. I mean, I wouldn't associate Wesley So with the speculative lines that we often see after h4, where, first of all, lots of theory, but secondly, it does get a bit crazy. Black temporarily a pawn up. White's most ambitious move is to bypass the c-pawn. There we go, d5. And yeah, this is, I mean, this is a battle of homework, Danya. b5. I've seen Vachier-Lagrave do this on plenty of occasions, so it'll be interesting to see whether Wesley was bluffing or whether he was just choosing the variation with that long think earlier on. If he isn't prepared, then this can spiral out of control for both sides. e5 is one of White's main moves in this position. The idea behind b5 is if you capture, then Black will be able to deliver a check. And when the knight retreats, the e4 pawn drops. So you don't want to get carried away with any complications if you're not well prepared. Strange stuff, Danya. Not just earlier in the match, but now in this reset. Now that Wesley started thinking, okay, h5 again, one of the most popular moves, but he's spending a lot of time here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely wild position, and the side that knows more theory has the advantage here. Typically, that side is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. When we talk about a Grunfeld, this is not really stylistically consistent with what we've come to expect from Wesley. He's shown a preference for tamer positional battles, and I really like these early signs for Maxime, who still has the full complement of 10 minutes on his clock. He develops the bishop to g4. And I'll tell you, David, I would be terrified of having this position with White, not just because I'm facing MVL, I'm facing the biggest Grunfeld expert, but also because, okay, you've given up your h-pawn, which basically means that castling kingside is no longer all that appealing. Now the kingside is not a very safe place for White to castle to. At the same time, you're not really getting a lot of play down the h-file. Black has just snagged that h5 pawn and then secured the knight with a bishop to on g4. So a move like rook to h4, I think, would burn way too many bridges at this point. Black has bishop takes f3. And we should also not forget about queen a5 check, which always comes in handy and really puts a damper on bishop e2 takes f3. If you have to take back on f3 with a pawn, well, that makes your king an even less happy camper. I like where this game is going for MVL in the early going.
Yeah, it's bizarre in a way to see Wesley So choose this variation. Let's not forget it was White who decided to play h4, to go h5, pretty much force this position. He could have predicted it if he'd studied the Grunfeld, for example, this morning. I do believe Vachier-Lagrave has employed this variation before with d takes c4 and c5, etc. So really odd to see Wesley change up his strategy. Maybe frustrated, like you said, Danya. In the past White games, yes, he managed to get a win, for example, but never doing too well straight from the off. So switching things up, but at the cost of a lot of time on the clock, at the cost of a really dynamic position, which clearly favors his opponent's style. Queen b8, multi-purpose move, eyeing up the knight in some situations, but also knight to f4 incoming. As a Grunfeld player myself, I love black's position. It really looks like Wesley needs to somehow regain some control before it spirals.
Listen, I'm a King's Indian player, and I still love black's position. And I'm shocked that the eval bar is not more in black's favor. I would take that bar and throw it into the trash can, just because knight f4 is such a devastating positional threat. We see rook h4, an excellent move by Wesley. So he says, I am not going to cooperate. I will fight the trend of this game and try to force black into playing bishop takes f3. The benefit of that rook on h4 is that it protects the f4 square. So knight h5 to f4 would have been a dream option, but that is a move which will have to wait. Is black going to take on f3? Do you see an alternative, David? Is knight e5? No, knight e5, knight takes e5 looks like unnecessary chaos. What suits your fancy here from black's perspective?
First of all, I think I would take on f3 just because white's obliged to take back with a pawn, as you mentioned a bit earlier. The white bishop on e2 was tied down defending b5. I'm really surprised. I thought he could have taken the knight, maybe tried to occupy some dark squares later on, but he drops back with his knight. And I heard the the sigh of disgust there, Danya. Why knight f6? Why retreat? Do you see anything wrong with it concretely?
Well, I don't think I see anything wrong with it concretely, but it does give white a chance to drop back to c3. That knight on b5 was sticking out like a sore thumb, and it was the source of a lot of tactical problems that white was experiencing. If you play in the move knight to c3, black can't really change his mind. Bishop takes f3 will be met with bishop takes f3, but Wesley says, no, I don't mind that knight sitting on b5. Bishop e3 is an excellent alternative. Now bishop takes f3 loses a lot of its luster, because after gf, not only does does GF have the clear benefit of overprotecting the e4 pawn, but you don't have the same control over the kingside dark squares, David, that you did earlier. So h5 was MVL's idea. He is trying to solve the problem of the h-file once and for all. But the trend of the game now seems to be favoring white. I am starting to get a little bit worried about Wesley's clock situation, but it's obviously too early to make any firm conclusions. I think the next couple of moves are going to be really, really important in this game.
Yeah, it still feels like it's a bit messy. It's going to be very dynamic. So it's style-wise, I still think Vachier-Lagrave will be liking his chances. Knight c3 does eventually come. My big question for you, Daniel, is does white ever just grit his teeth and say, okay, I'm going to castle queenside, or is it just too risky on that flank?
That was my big question for you, and I think MVL is saying, yeah, come at me, brah. Yeah, you don't want to know what happens to you if you castle queenside, and I feel like Wesley is like, I'm pretty sure I do want to know what exactly happens to me. I am expecting castles queenside. I would rather that than staying in the center. I think it's the lesser evil. At the same time, with that semi-open b-file, yeah, maybe king f1, king g1 is the more appetizing option. Instead, knight to d4 is on the board, allowing black to sink his teeth into the e5 square.
Wow, and an instant decision from Vachier-Lagrave. I'm really surprised he's allowed white to keep his light squared bishop. Now f3 might be an option. I was expecting him to trade off on e2, or at least consider it. Then his knight is by force reaching the d3 square. So instant reaction from Vachier-Lagrave. Wesley has to watch out for a pony landing on that beautiful outpost. So f3, as expected, forcing the black bishop back. White does wish that the rook were back on h1 somehow, and looks really clumsy tactically on the square. But for now, it's just a big mess, Danya, even.
Hey, Danny's good. I'm totally good at Danny. King f1 would be my instinctive choice. It's okay. I've called Wesley Levy and Levy Wesley and David Robert. I called Danny Wrench Robert Hess in the last broadcast. So you're good.
You have one free shot. You can call me anything later to get revenge.
All right, Magnus.
Thanks for the compliment. But castles queenside, you called it. Gary. It's on the board.
All right, Bobby, what do you think black's going to do? Are we going to see knight d3 check at some point, right? Rook c8 maybe sets up the prospect of knight to d3?
Definitely, it's tempting. I mean, it's such a traffic jam on this diagonal. If the black bishop ever opened up, then the tactics will clearly work in his favor. I could imagine him playing moves like queen b4, just rook b8, just kind of setting up knight d3 ideas. I'm not sure whether white ever wants to... There we go, queen b4 on the board. Not sure a3 wants to be played.
David. And
the
I'm
bar
not
did
sure
drop, though.
you want him to play any. Yeah, Queen A5 and Rook B8. And from sort of a Grunfeld perspective, this is what you want if you're black. If you're white, do you want to go G4 at some point and try to mix things up on the king side? Because just kind of hunkering down and accepting that your opponent is going to be attacking you for the rest of the game, not my definition of a successful opening outcome. But we know that Wesley is a very cold-blooded defender. King A2, Rook B8. But I would be in panic mode here if I'm playing white. Knight D3 is now more appetizing than ever. Just opening up another file, David, and look at those rooks. Look at those towers just waiting to have their moment in the sun.
Ooh. Bishop F4, though. He's concretely trying to ask black questions here. Bishop takes E5 threatened. Does black just, I was going to say, drop his knight back?
Very nice move. Knight G6 and Knight G3. And hang on a second, Tanya. This attack is going to get really, really scary.
What would Wesley be? What's his inner monologue telling him right now,
I'm
Danya?
not happy at all about this position. I am 4 minutes down on the clock and 96, 93. I am very happy to be here and to win this match, but this is very, very scary.
This is terrifying. Not your accent there, which was spot on, but White's position. This is, I mean, look at this king not enjoying life at all. Knight D6, like you said, it's just a clear-cut plan. What's White doing in the meantime? What's this rook doing on H4? We praised it earlier, but it kind of wants to be over on B1 suddenly, just doing a defensive job. He's got a brace for impact. The tactics are coming, but Knight C6, he gets impatient.
Let's go. Tactics are coming. I'm going to take the tactics to you, but is this panic? Is this total blind panic? Can you just play Bishop takes C6, DC, and Rook takes C6? I guess Wesley's idea is to vacate the D5 square. He wants to play Rook to D5 at the end of the line. But David, there's just no way. Oh, Knight B4. What an idea by MVL. Oh, yeah. And he raises his hands up like, I'm going to stretch because you're in trouble, son.
Wow. That was, I mean, the definition of a boss move. Knight takes C6, a sacrifice, asking for Bishop takes B8, but Knight B4 check, lurking in the air. And then the stretch, the power stretch.
That is evil, David. That is just evil. And MVL, where was this version of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the last two games? Just brilliantly acing the opening, playing the best moves. MVL is like two players rolled up in one. This is the MVL that has to show up for the next game as well. I think it's close to over. I mean, the problem Knight B4 is the least of your problems. Rook takes B2 and Bishop takes C3 and Rook to B3. There's just a million ways to get to White's king. I think many roads lead to Paris at this point.
Look at the White king. It's literally kind of trying to hide in plain sight right now. The Black queen, the Black bishop, Rook, Knight, they're all aiming towards it. Tactically, this is over. Even just Knight D4, play it slow, looks strong, but Rook B3 looks powerful. Everything is just winning here, Danya. And Wesley's just woken. He's woken the beast. He asked for this. He was the one who was like, okay, let's get a mess. Let's get a position that favors your style. He's been punished, Wesley. So what would you play?
Yeah, Rook B3, I'm very partial to that move because Rook B3, Rook D5, I'm also spotting Knight to B4 in that position, which is still... but maybe there's Queen takes B3. Oh, and then Knight takes D5. The problem is when you have an attack that's this powerful, David, all of the complications tend to work out in your favor because when one side's king is this weak, no matter how hard you try to spit up complications, they're always going to favor your opponent. There's just too many sources of danger. Rook to B3 would be my choice. I think Knight D4 would be your choice. Okay, I'm all for that. I don't know what that was exactly, but I do know that Rook. There we go. That I know what that stands for. Is that what you think of Wesley So's king?
Pretty much. I mean, I'm just trying to be one of the cool kids with all these emojis, but Rook B3, I mean, it's a pretty cool move from Vachier-Lagrave here. All sorts of sacrifices on tap. Okay, how to finish this? Rook takes C3, maybe.
Rook takes C3, and then at the end, maybe E7, E5 to open up the path for Rook C8 to B8. David, I think you're one of the cool kids, even without those visual effects. I think you're just one of the cool kids, period. What about Knight B4 in terms of being one of the cool kids? Does that even
cool
work?
move. Even just Bishop takes C3, but Yeah, nice.
Try
Knight
this on
B4,
precise. Knight b4, queen b3, rook takes c4. Sorry to cut you off, David.
No, go
Never
on.
mind.
And, I wanted to see that happen as well. Maybe he'll go knight b4. Oh no, but king b1. How's he going to finish?
Knight
The killer
b4.
blow.
Queen b3.
Queen B3.
See, that's exactly the way that you overcomplicate things. You try to win the brilliancy prize instead of just winning the game. King b1, knight e5 also comes to mind. Trying to open up the possibility of rook to b8. My initial idea was to play pawn e5, but then maybe I can play bishop c1 and bishop b2. So if you're Maxime, slow down and find the clinical way forward. Don't give Wesley a chance to stay in the game.
Mm-hmm. And just while Maxime thinks, I want to jump in and ask what you had spotted in this position. Knight b4, queen b3. Let's just put these moves on the board quickly.
Well, rook takes c4 was my idea. Queen takes c4, queen takes a3, king b1, and bishop takes c3 with the unstoppable threat of queen a1 and queen b2 checkmate. But apparently white had a more resilient option in response to knight b4. Instead, a decision has been made by Maxime, and knight to e5.
Knight e5
is on the board.
This is the game position. You mentioned this move, rook b8, a monster threat right now. The bishop hanging as well. Bishop c1, I just realized. Okay, there's rook b8 check as well, but you can even take this bishop if you want. Everything's winning.
Bishop a2 though. A2. Where is the killer blow? Rook b8, king a1, and knight you F3. Just need that one feather in your cap. Knight f3, bishop b8, bishop c3, knight h4.
Yeah, it's not over. It's not over. Maybe you just slow play it. Rook b8, king a1, just classy move. Knight d6 or
or maybe even g5. Just deflect that bishop from f4, get that pest off your back, and then knight f3 will be crushing. I would even start with g5. That's a Wesley move. But Maxime needs to find the Wesley move.
g5 is beautiful. Just so that when the white bishop moves, the black rook on b8 is never hanging. So that would be a deadly check. The white king will be pushed into the corner, and then the black knight is free to jump out the way for this bishop to deliver the killer blow. So a lot of arrows there will show the moves if and when they happen.
G5, bishop c1, knight c4. Can't get that out of my mind.
Beautiful tactics, Daniel. Knight c4 incoming, and actually both knights now aiming for the c4 square, adding another piece to the party. Bishop c1, desperation from Wesley. So the bar not moving. Daniel, maybe there's just no knockout, but long term, this is just a winning attack.
For people watching this show, hoping to find takeaways to improve their own chess, I think this is a perfect illustration of what you're saying, David. It's not always about painting the picture. It's just about taking home the full point. And if that means making a series of simple moves and just crashing through with kind of a mundane series of moves, then that's what you got to do. You have to follow what the position demands of you. And that's not always finding the puzzle rush tactic. And that's okay. Your primary allegiance is just to winning the game. And look at how simple he's playing. Knight b5, e6. These are clinical moves. And this has its own kind of beauty. Now knight takes c3. Is it time to cash in your chips? Or do you keep accumulating with a move like bishop h6 or rook b8?
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes c3. Time to cash in your chips.
Yeah, all of those look strong. The black king's super safe. Look at the white king. It's been stripped slowly and methodically of all of its shelter here. And ultimately this bishop, which has been just kind of silently poaching from afar, it's going to decide the game. Already now, Dania, there's going to be tactics. Even if you just slow play it again, even if you just bring the rook back and take all the risk out.
But also that placement of the black pawn on h5 means that you can get away with a move like knight to d3 if you so desired, because the king can just hide away on h7. And the root of Wesley's problem can, I think, be traced back to the 18th move when he decided to castle queenside. As we see the knight jumping out to c4, this will trigger resignation in just a couple moves. That's after that, he never got out of that. He never got out of the massive attack on the queen side. What a win for MVL. What a vintage Grunfeld victory by the second best Grunfeld expert after David Hell.
No. I've been following Maxime and like you said, Peter Svidler's games for years. I remember back when Bobby Fischer, Garry Kasparov were playing this opening. But I mean, if anyone's trying to seduce a player to play the Grunfeld, then this is the game to show them. Maxime does take the win. Just a killer attack. He slow played it, but slow and efficient there from the Frenchman, Wesley. So third time, Danya, he's in a must-win situation to keep the fight alive.
And for the second time, a must-win situation with the black pieces. We know how well he handled the situation the first time he found himself in it. We had that exchange French where MVL made a couple of sloppy mistakes in the opening. But right now, it's Maxime hour. What a Grunfeld victory. Really wire to wire. Made all the more impressive, David, I think, by the fact that he was coming back from a very disappointing end to the previous match just to reset literally and figuratively and put in a brilliant game like that speaks to his level of professionalism, his composure. These are the skills that we take for granted that really set the top players apart.
That's right. You can never let your confidence be dented, even when things go against you. It's inevitable at this top level. Sometimes you run into inspired play. Sometimes your opponents play perfectly, flawlessly. You just have to keep composed and be ready to take your chances when they come. That's what Vachier-Lagrave did. Ultimately, he was given a position that he was comfortable with out of the opening. He knew the plans, the ideas. They played right up his alley. Just one-sided attack there. And even at the cost of a bit of material investment, he was able to deliver the crushing blow to Wesley's king. Impressive, Danya, as you mentioned. And does he become the favorite again? That's the question. Yes, he's got white, but it didn't work out last time.
Well, definitely, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will have to draw the necessary conclusions from his loss with the white pieces. We might see another exchange French, but before we find out, one more quick reminder that the Chess Up 2 Kickstarter campaign is officially coming to a close. Those of you who stuck around during the previous break saw that lovely video that almost brought tears to my eyes. But remember, there are only a couple of hours left to take advantage of the massive discount when you pre-order your Chess Up 2, the smart board that syncs with Chess.com and allows you to play with your granddaughter or your grandfather in a grand way. Use !ChessUp in the chat and stick around during the next break to learn more. But right now, we are not going on a break. We are about to start the next battle between MVL and Wesley. So, as you said, David, for the third time, a must-win situation for Wesley with the black pieces. Will we get another French? And if so, will MVL play another exchange French? What was the root of his previous loss? How does MVL approach the situation?
Yeah, first up, thumbs up to Chess Up 2, but thumbs down to the exchange French. I don't think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave should repeat what happened in that previous game. The Frenchman against the French defense, I think he needs to just play his main repertoire. Yes, he tried to take the sting out of things, but the opening pretty much just went wrong right from the off. So I think he's just well prepared enough, Danya, to be able to play the main lines of the French. I don't think he needs to react in the same panicky way that he did earlier. What are your predictions in the opening?
Yeah, I mean, I think MVL just has to ride this wave of confidence. I'm expecting one E4 by Maxime. That has been his main move throughout his entire chess career. He's been a grandmaster for right about 20 years, which is crazy when you think about it. I first heard of MVL when I played my first international tournament, the World Youth Under 10 in 2005 in Belfort, France. Were you playing in that tournament, David?
I wasn't. I skipped it that year.
So MVL was in the under 18 section, or maybe the under 16 section, but he was already a grandmaster. And even back then, his opening preparation was very impressive. I'm expecting 1e4. I think that he might even repeat the exchange French. The problem really wasn't the opening itself. It was his play in the early middle game. And for MVL, very important not to rush, right? Take your time in the opening, get off to a good start. And remember that Wesley is the one that has to manufacture winning chances. You don't want to help your opponent by making a couple of those sloppy early decisions.
Yeah, and you mentioned meeting MVL at that World Youth Tournament. I first met MVL in the World Under 10s. I think it was 1998, 1999. We actually even played an 8-game match over in France at the rapid time format, I think in 1999. And I know from that in the match play, Vachier-Lagrave is so strong. He actually adapts his openings round by round as things go on. And if you catch him in that type of position, then you tend to suffer. He's been that way since he was young. And we saw those attacking instincts. I think he needs to embrace them in this next game. I don't think he should be trying to fight Wesley in a slower battle, especially the way the previous French defense went. It just felt like, when things slow down, Wesley kind of perks up. So
you're telling me that you met MVL in the 20th century. Is that what you're telling me? So the same century that we had like World War II is the century that you met MVL. I have an interesting trivia question for you. What was the first day of the 20th century? What was the first date?
The date.
This is a cool question I came across recently. I got it wrong. This was the final Jeopardy clue in 1980. What is the first date of the 20th century when it began? What's your guess?
January 1st, 1900?
That's exactly what I thought. January 1st, 1900, right? It's actually January 1st, 1901. The 20th century begins in 1901.
Wow.
Not in 1900. So I was pretty shocked to learn that. The 21st century began in January 1st, 2001. Not January 1st, 2000. But right now, the final game of the grand final reset, potentially the final game, has begun with one e4. Will we get a repeat of the French? No, we will get a Sicilian from Wesley So and a mainline Najdorf. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Wow. I didn't predict this one. Firstly, Wesley switching up openings when the French defense went so well last time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But yeah, okay. Seeing Vachier-Lagrave not playing anything quiet with bishop b5 checks, going straight down the main line. This is extremely aggressive, really ambitious stuff from Vachier-Lagrave. But often, Danya, the most attacking lines, there might be kind of exit ramps where you're able to force a draw with some repetitions. And if you've prepped everything, if you know exactly what's going on, g4, one of the main moves here, then yeah, why not stick to what you know best? This is what we expected from Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, this is one of the most misunderstood openings because a lot of people might be looking at this and saying, first of all, there's a mistake. MVL is actually black. No, he's actually playing this from the white side. Normally, we're used to seeing him playing the Najdorf from the black side. But Wesley also has been a Najdorf player throughout his career. The other thing, David, as you pointed out, the exit ramps. This line, as combative as it is, it's also incredibly well studied. And when a line is well studied, no matter how sharp the opening, you're going to get your fair share of forced drawing lines. And so if you know this very well from the white perspective and you need to make a draw, this is exactly the line that I would recommend. The more forcing the line, the higher the probability that you're going down one of those exit ramps. But you see MVL taking his time deciding between the two main moves. G4 is the most popular move, but bishop to D3 is a full-fledged alternative. And now H6, the move recommended by Anish Giri in his Chessable course. Now H4, knight to B6 is the topical line. The old line is G5 in this position, but that is not a very good move. Yeah, G5, bishop takes D4, rook takes D4, and queen to C5 is the Giri variation.
Wow. I mean, you've clearly studied this, Danya.
Badly.
I'm way beyond my remit here, but how deeply do you think the players have studied? Is this just the beginning?
This is just the beginning. Now, when Anish recommended this line, I want to say about 2 years ago in his course, this was not very well known. Since then, and this is a new type of development of opening theory. It's published in a Chessable course. Everybody studies it for a couple of months, and then the theory only begins. Where the file tends to end. There's a couple of interesting tactical traps here to be aware of. I think rook to d2 is all of the rage these days, and it's on the board. And one of the ideas of that move is that after h takes g5, f takes g5, David, if you could very quickly show, there's an idea where if the white rook is on d3, black has this trap sometimes to play rook takes h4 and queen takes g5. Not immediately, obviously, because of queen f4, but this shuts down any potential ideas related to rook takes h4. That's all I know. At this point, my own theoretical knowledge, my pitiful theoretical knowledge ends, and I think MVL's theoretical knowledge is only beginning.
Yeah, so tactics in that variation, he's actually put the rook on d2 and now played king b1, slow playing it. Is this, I mean, it looks like standard fare to me, but is this just asking black the question? Do you castle queenside? Do you post up your bishop on c6 first?
Yeah.
What should both sides be aiming for here, Danya?
Well, online, I tend to play bishop c6 automatically because it does look like a really good move. You play bishop c6 and you prepare d5, but there's a host of problems that await you. For example, bishop c6 is sometimes met with a3, and white already threatens to trap the queen with b4. I've lost a ton of games like this. The other big move here is rook h3. Sometimes you see the rook joining the battle laterally from h3 to c3. But I think MVL is taking a more conventional approach, just bishop d3, rook h to d1. And let's not forget, he is satisfied with a draw. So I'm really, really worried here for Wesley, because you can play bishop c6 and d5, but generally that just leads to a major liquidation, and that's not satisfactory. That's not adequate. If you're playing black, you need to find a way to spin up complications and actually win this game. How are you going to do that? H takes g5. There's our answer. And takes in queen e3.
Yeah. What's he intend to do there? Has he just blunted the pawn?
FG is the automatic response in this position for white. And as, again, just incredibly sloppy. Queen e3, queen h2. Can you get away with that move?
Ooh, looks shaky. Ugh. There's knight a4 ideas there. Oh, I guess white's knight drops back to d1. Oof. He's holding, but he's not doing it the easy way.
Why is MVL rushing through these critical decisions? You know, h takes g5. You have to decide what you're recapturing with. And, you know, his instant play has served him incredibly well throughout his career, but it's also cost him a couple of critical games in this match as well. So queen e3. And I think Wesley fans can start to get a little bit hopeful here. This is what he wanted.
I just spotted a crazy tactic, Danya. I'm just going to rewind and jump in for 1 second. Maybe Wesley, with a bit more time, is knight a4 a thing? Because now if knight takes a4, I wonder whether queen e3... Just
knight
same
b6,
idea. Just
knight b6, king c7. Are you kidding me? David, you have outdone yourself yet again.
But
that's incredible.
This is winning for black, or at least better for black, maybe, because you're hitting this rook and back rank issues for the white king. So I'm just using the same idea, but in a different order that the players actually got in the game. And wow, Daniel, after queen e3, he didn't play queen h2 defending both pawn and rook. He instead retreated with rook to d1.
That is a money move by MVL, and I think queen f4, queen g1 might be at least part of the problem, hitting the knight on b6 and setting up the threat of rook f1 and rook takes f7. I think this was overlooked by Wesley. It was certainly overlooked by one Daniel Naroditsky, who likes to act as an armchair quarterback, a backseat general. But right now, it's general mastery by MVL. Rook to d1. What a move. You know, it's a move that we tend to take for granted. Oh, of course he played rook d1. But seeing these small details, yeah, as you see Wesley, I think, just kind of grabbing his head in frustration. Now queen to g1 would trade the queens, though I'm not sure that that's what MVL necessarily wants. But David, I wouldn't be able to resist the move queen to g1 if all I needed was just a draw.
Yeah, it looks tempting to get the queens off. That being said, when the queens do depart from the board, black is able to take the h-file, maybe some entry points. So yeah, still looks totally fine there for white, but maybe that's the one downside. I guess you could wait. You could just play a move like queen h2, get out the pin. But black might be aiming to break out with d5. So that's the one thing you will have to calculate, whether black's queen is just too active. I think you're right, Danya. I would just get the queens off and kind of worry about the problems later. At least it looks like you've got enough control there. One open file shouldn't be enough to cause too much concern. But no, it's not Vachier-Lagrave style. In like playing queen h7, eyeing up some pawns.
Wow. Quiglet, the queen. Quincy, the queen. I'm trying desperately to think of names that start the Q. Maxime, the queen. Queen h7 is a typical Maxime move. He tries to solve his problems concretely, tactically, because that is his nature as a chess player. He doesn't just want a wimpy queen trade and, you know, holding a slightly worse endgame. He wants to end this right here and right now. And I think he might be on the path to doing just that. Queen takes g7, restoring material equality. Rook f1 is a huge threat. The f7 pawn has to be protected. And if you have to play a move like bishop e8, that is not a great sign. I think the one good sign for black is that e5 square can be used by the knight later on. So knight d7, knight e5. If you could get that in, if you could squeeze in that maneuver, then you have some chances to seize the initiative. But Wesley, just as you see the shake of his head, I don't think that he really believes his chances here to win the game are all that realistic. And I don't think that they are either.
Yeah, there's all sorts of tactics in the air. I'm looking at pawn to g6 and giving up a pawn. F takes g6. There might be even bishop takes
Queen
a6.
a7.
Queen a7 ideas.
Look at
Trying
you.
to force the draw.
What got into you today, David? What did you have for breakfast?
I've been
Some
hanging
of
out
those
for you.
Norwegian Cheerios.
Exactly. I've been hanging out with you for the last 3+ hours, Daniel. You've
My
inspired
condolences.
me. I'm calculating for the first time in my life. That's what's happened. Bishop e8. Yeah, it looks like white has options. Even queen d4 centralize and try to get in that way without any drastic measures. Looks very tempting right now.
And MVL, I'm flattered. I can barely get a word out. I'm blushing, but I think MVL doing the adjustment right in the previous game that he lost. His big problem was that he made some of these decisions too hastily, and we did see a slightly sloppy moment here. But I really love his time management in this game, taking time in the right moments, pausing here, maybe calculating g6, and this time going for a simpler approach. Rook to f1 is on the board. Wesley is not just off the board, but he's out of the room. And it's your move, Wesley. That door better open in just a couple of seconds because I'm getting nervous. There he comes. Yeah. Did he put his jacket on? Did he have that jacket on earlier? I don't even remember.
I think he did. At least some point earlier today.
Minnesota, man. Minnesota, really cold state.
Maybe he just had enough of our puns, Danya. He was just like, oh, that's too much. I got to walk out. Like it's Queen's off the board as well, though. Yeah, he's back at the board. Queens are off the board. What do you make of this transformation? Black has doubled pawns. Often in the Sicilian, that's okay. White has isolated pawns of his own. But does that help or hinder Wesley's winning chances?
I'll put it this way. Not only does Wesley need a miracle at this point, but if a good way to understand what your chances are is if this was not a situation where MVL was satisfied by a draw, would he accept a draw with the white pieces? I think the answer is no. I think in a classical game or even in a rapid game, MVL would want to play this with white. I mean, he's got knight d1, knight e3, knight g4. He can throw in the move g6 at some point and sacrifice the pawn in order to ruin Black's pawn structure, but there's no need to do that because then you're going on to the defensive. Knight d1 is on the board. King to e7, I think, is likely from Wesley just to open up the pathway for the bishop, perhaps from e8 to move to c6 or b5. But I just don't see how he's possibly going to win this game, David. I think we might be, MVL might be knocking on the door of a Division 2 victory with this excellent knight maneuver.
Yeah, excellent. I love the g4 square. I was actually, because I'm a more passive player, knight b1, knight d2, knight f3, I was thinking where you guard your g-pawn as well as attack the e-pawn. But yeah, of course, g4 much more attractive as a square. And I agree. It feels like more than a minute up now on the clock and with a slightly better position, or at least a slightly easier to handle position. Vachier-Lagrave, he's close. We've been here before, though. He's been close not just once to wrapping up this match in the past. So knight e3, I think we're expecting the black bishop to come out and the black knight to drop back to guard on e5 if necessary. Okay, as long as black can get his rook active, then still some chances. So still something to hope for, to play for here for Wesley. So I'm not going to write it off this early. The white bishop, a bit of a bystander right now, still alive.
It would be so unwise indeed to write him off. I'm also being told by the chat that it is a warm day in Minneapolis, 21 degrees centigrade. I didn't know that it ever went above snowing in Minnesota, especially given how cold the Timberwolves have been in the last two games against the Nuggets. Game 5 this evening, unmissable entertainment. I don't know if I peg you as a basketball fan, David, but I am certainly not a big fan of Wesley's winning chances here. I mean, not only from the clock perspective, he's down 2 minutes, but just how easy White's position is to play. I don't see a source of panic, a way that Wesley can get MVL to make a mistake here. I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, you said Timberwolves. I was like, wait, is that a band? You said Nuggets. Suddenly I'm hungry. Yeah, I mean, Wesley.
I would love some of those right now. Trust me.
Yeah, Wesley in trouble. How's he going to weasel his way out of this one? I don't see it. the problem is, Daniel, if we just show some variations, he's shaking his head. Bishop c6, I thought originally, knight g4, attacking this pawn. I thought, okay, you just defend. Next move, the black rook gets active, rook g8 or rook h8, but knight h6 shuts the door. Big weakness here, and yeah, he might just have to go passive with a move like rook to f8. Winning chances don't look great there. White will just start to bring his king towards the center.
Maybe you can try the move f6 in this position. I'm just trying to play against this h6 knight. I'm also trying to induce g6 because g6 king f8. And how do you even approach this dilemma from the black side? You need to create some sort of tactical imbalance, right? You create a tactical imbalance. You try to get your opponent to make a sloppy move. So let's see how Wesley handles the situation. Knight g4 is on the board. Knight to d7 is on the board. This is what we were just looking at. And I like that MVL is hesitating, right? Knight h6, f6 has to be calculated, even if the position there is still dead equal. Because if we put this on the board, David, knight h6, f6, g takes f6, we might not even need to put this on the board. I think the players are doing that for us. Rook to g1 is what I was trying to work out. But rook h8, okay. Knight g4, rook g8, and you can wave goodbye to a smooth victory. This is exactly how you blunder this game away. MVL doing the right thing, taking it slow, making sure that he doesn't squander this match with a sloppy move right as he's knocking on the door.
That being said, maybe there's a check. Maybe this holds the balance. And if the king moves, there's knight f7 maybe in the air, or rook g6 coming back. Maybe you're just about holding. Luckily, king f8 walks into some checks, and as does king d6. He's actually gone the other way, Wesley. So he, in this position, played rook f8 defending, and okay, he's gone really passive with the black bishop. This is the current position. What do you make of it?
I actually like this. He's leaving open the door for a potential mistake. I think he calculated f6 really quickly. He figured out that there's no realistic chances there. He's also down 3 minutes on the clock. So if the clock situation were flipped, I would argue that he has realistic chances. MVL has to avoid trying to force things. I think that he basically just needs to sit on the position. So maybe even a move like b4 can be considered. I just said that he shouldn't force the action. And yet I'm suggesting a forcing move. Instead, he's played bishop e2, maybe trying to get the bishop into h5 and tie himself to the f7 pawn. We might get a situation, David, where black simply cannot make any progress, where black is out of useful moves. And again, Wesley needs to win this game. A draw is not enough. He loses the reset with a draw.
Yeah, you need rooks to move diagonally here. You want to plant the rook on g7 where it does a good job defending and it eyes up this isolated pawn. But the long way round, rook h8, rook h7, rook g7, I think was just too slow. So bishop to c6, but it was just on this square. So bishop d3 would repeat.
But bishop h5 also might be winning for white. And MVL should not just automatically repeat moves. He made this mistake in game 2 of the previous match. Of course, now he would be happy with a draw, but if you have a win, there's no reason not to go for it. I think bishop h5 might seal the deal.
Yeah, and black, what happens if black drops back? Not a happy move, trying to repeat the position, but bishop h5 on the board.
Bishop e8. Is there a tactic? b4 is an option there, just chasing the knight out of c5.
Yeah, just start pushing.
No, this is over.
Ugh.
Wesley's not winning this game.
Horrible decision there, giving up the f pawn. Now white has the passed g pawn. The e5 pawn is attacked. I don't think he wins this in a million years. You're right, Daniel. He's fighting for his life, let alone getting the necessary win. Wow, Vachier-Lagrave looks like he's clutched up. He's going to bank it.
That's it. And we might get a draw for, at this point, there's no reason for MVL to decline the draw. It reminds me of Vasily Ivanchuk one time in the World Cup, needing only a draw to advance to the next round, receiving a draw for Manish Giri, and then actually declining it. So if there were FIDE classical rating points on the line, then a draw for refusal would be plausible. Because this is an online game, I think Wesley might be about to offer a draw, and that is tantamount to capitulation in the match, 95. And white is actually winning here. So at this point for Wesley, you might also consider resigning.
Yeah, and knight f5 check.
Winning?
Ooh, can you take?
Okay, takes b4, king e6, king f4. It's winning.
It's winning. I think so too.
It's winning.
Takes.
And MVL has all the time in the world just to sit back, sip on his Cabernet Sauvignon and decide between the pawn endgame, which is winning, and also just bishop f5, king f4, and then knight c4, knight e3, which I think is also probably, at the very least, guarantees a satisfactory result. But I would play knight takes c6. I mean, he's not even risking there, right? Knight c6 and then b4, freezing black's pawns and setting up what in Russian chess vocabulary is called trousers, right? Pass pawns on either side of the board, kind of like pant legs moving up, unstoppable. It's over. What a game. What a smooth performance by MVL. Clutching up, as you said.
Yeah, so impressive and really professional. Good tip for everyone at home when things are changing, when there's pawn endgames in sight, especially stop, calculate, slow down. King f4 is the clincher. Black's king is coming no further. White's going to make a new pass pawn on the queen side. Wesley just walks away. Lets his clock run down. Daniel, what a way to
run down. That is quite a stylish way to capitulate. But of course, Wesley, he is a classy fellow. That is his way of resigning. And MVL, in convincing fashion, he didn't even need a draw. Right? He didn't beg. He didn't grovel. He decided to win the second game. And that means he wins the grand final reset and takes home the Division 2 top prize. What a rebound, David, from MVL, who had that disappointing end to the previous match. But he was a different MVL in the reset. He takes Division 2.
That's right. He started well in the first grand final match, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but he was pegged back, lost 2 games in a row. He righted the ship, however, when things really mattered with those 2 wins in the reset. Extremely impressive stuff. And I just wanted to highlight one more time how he finished off that last game. It was impressive. The way he handled the middle game, he had a slight advantage going into the latter stages, Vachier-Lagrave, but he never went passive. This is a good tip for everyone at home. Yes, the e4 pawn is attacked by 2 pieces right now. You can defend it with your bishop via d3 or f3, but that is timid and risks handing the momentum to the opponent. Instead, he went on the front foot, which is actually... is actually the best way to play for a draw quite often, to play dynamic moves and only look for the bailout a bit later. Knight takes e4 here played, and he actually calculated really well. We should give him credit, Vachier-Lagrave, because after the rook exchange, he needed to spot in advance that knight g3 does not win a piece. The bishop looks almost trapped. The bishop has to defend its knight here, but bishop g6, the only move and sufficient for victory. And a draw being enough was just a mere detail here. Knight to e5. Knight takes, and again, a tip for everyone at home here. Always stop to calculate before any king and pawn endgame. White didn't need to take a risk. White could play a move like king f4, and White can just go for a blockade with a preferable position, but knight takes c6, and I wanted to highlight why Black resigned in this position. It's simply the trousers. The fact that Black has to watch out for the right leg of those trousers, the white g-pawn stepping forward, the black king unable to walk away. Meanwhile, Black is simply powerless to prevent the creation of the second leg, the left leg of the trousers. Pawn to a4 and pawn to b5 incoming. A queen would soon be crowned, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave crowned as winner of Division 2.
Smoother than ever. All of your game reviews were excellent. So really appreciate all of the effort that you put into those, and we appreciate the effort that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave put into the Chess.com Cup as he defeats Wesley So in the grand final reset to take home the Division 2 top prize alongside Dmitry Andreikin. He is today's victor, but our show is not over. The show must go on. We have to ask MVL all about his performance and his keys to victory. So folks, stay tuned. We will be back with an interview with a Frenchman with 3 names. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will share his thoughts. As he comes back to his computer, we will set him up and we will ask him all about his Division 2 victory. Stay tuned. Back with an interview in just a couple of minutes.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on Chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on Chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Chess.com Classic, where we're joined by the winner of Division 2, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. First of all, Maxime, Félicitations, bien joué.
Hello, David.
How are you feeling?
Merci beaucoup.
How are you feeling after that? Those two matches.
Yeah, I mean, I feel a bit relieved, of course, because this was a bit unnecessary. What happened in the first match, where I lost the last game with White. But credit to Wesley, he was looking for a fight, found his chances, and also found his chances in Armageddon, where it seemed I had lots of control. But somehow I managed to strike back immediately in the grand reset in this Grandfeld. I felt very happy with his opening choice actually there, because I thought I get a complicated game, which is what I want. I was playing faster than Wesley, so I thought any complicated fight would be better for me. And there's no way to lose by force there, so no. I mean, there's room for mistakes, of course, but they're not as decisive as in other Grandfeld lines.
Yeah, what was going through your mind? You mentioned in the first grand final match losing some control. How were you able to steady the ship psychologically?
Yeah, it was a bit of a pity because, of course, the first game was pretty convincing. And then even in the third game with Black, I was in control. I could even fight for more at the end. I had 4 minutes more, but I just assumed my blackmail was led to a draw. But he decided correctly that his chances were better in another game, than actually trying to fight this one out. So maybe I should have been more enthusiastic, but to play in the third game at the end. But at the same time, the fourth game, I thought I'm White. I mean, I know in Rapid and so on with nerves, it's not a guarantee, but I thought I should be a favorite. But of course, after 10 moves, I'm almost lost with White, so that was not great.
And Maxime, talking about the format and the reset, is it something you enjoy? This format that's quite unique to these types of tournaments.
I mean, I don't mind it, and of course, it proved very useful a few months back when I won against Magnus the second and third match. But I mean, by now, I think the audience is more or less used to it, so I think it's all right, because at some point it's... I mean, at the beginning, it was probably very confusing for the audience in general, so which is not very good. We want to keep things more simple for the fans, but okay, by now they should get used to it, and it gives some drama, of course. I mean, last time in Division 1, also Alireza almost came back against Magnus, won his first match, went to a grand reset. So, it does add something also for the fans, It confuses them, but it also adds some epics. And yeah, one bad day is not everything, because you can see, for instance, Wesley lost his first match against Jose Martinez, and then won everything to make it back to the final.
Yeah, and you briefly mentioned it there. Is it a relief to be back in Division 1 next time, not to have to go through the play-ins?
I mean, I already knew I didn't have to go through the play-ins. So before the division started, my goal was top 2, actually, because in second place, you would go directly to second round of placement. So you're either in Division 1 or 2. But things went very well for me. I was a bit fortunate in some matches against Jordan, the first match, which went to Armageddon, and where I managed to squeeze a win with very few pawns left on the board. And then against Daniel Dubov in the Armageddon, also it was, pretty close to lost, but I managed to defend by the teeth or something. So, everything was going my way. I made it to the final. So, of course, going today, I definitely wanted to win.
Mm. And another thing you briefly mentioned, Magnus and Alireza, they have a rematch coming up tomorrow. What are your predictions for that one?
I mean, I don't know about predictions, but of course, it's a little bit boring to have Magnus winning all the tournaments right now. So, I know I will have some chances to end that streak because I'll be playing in Zagreb, he'll be playing in Zagreb. No, I made it to Division 1, so I'll also have a chance there to maybe end this streak. But, maybe I am counting on Alireza also to end this streak. He knows how to do it. He's won this match against Magnus a few months back, lost the second one, but of course it's the toughest ordeal you can go through, and I would say Ali's chances to win it are probably from 10 to 15%, but he should use all his chances, and we'll see how it goes.
Backing your boy Alireza, I like it. And Maxime, we have a couple of questions from our community to round things off.
Sure.
Shawais Bharti asks, what are your chess goals for the rest of this year?
My first goal, of course, is to get back this classical rating a bit on the upside. Especially, I feel it's crucial, before to get it back to a decent level before 2025, to have some chances to qualify through rating to candidates. And the FIDE circuit, I don't think I'll be active enough this year, but you never know. And in general, play well. I've been working on my chess quite hard for the past few years. It takes time to pay off, but of course, in general, in Rapid, it has paid off quite well. I feel like I've been winning consistently, actually. But in classical, I'm still not yet there. So that's one of my main goals for 2024. Among all the other ones, of course, there's the qualifying spots for candidates realistically are going to be next year. But playing well in classical, getting ready for this crucial year 2025, because I'm getting older by the minute, so there's not too many chances left for me, but I hope there's a few. And of course, by the end of the year, the World Rapid and Blitz, I've won once. Last year I played actually extremely well, I felt, but of course Magnus was very often too strong. But when I'm there, I feel like I'm one of the guys who can win one of them. But of course, Magnus is always a huge favorite in these formats.
Yeah, and that actually brings us perfectly onto our final question, Maxime, from Stunt83A. Are you confident of beating Maxime again in the next Champions Chess Tour event? Sounds like our viewer here is cheering for you.
Yeah. He's part of the French community, so I know him. But everything, step by step. So I'm happy to be back there, and because first tournament in the first division, I lost both matches with Denis Lasavic and then Jan. So I'll try to put on a better showing, and then if I get to Magnus, of course I know what to do. It doesn't mean I will manage, because again, I will not be a favorite against Magnus. Nobody is, but somehow I've managed in the past few years to put serious pressure on Magnus. So it's a good start, and I think he's feeling it as well.
Perfect. We'll be cheering for you, Maxime. And that just leaves me to say thank you and many congratulations. Winner of Division 2 of the Chess.com Classic, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, Danya, there we go. He won that grand final reset and deservedly takes the Division 2 title. Great to see Maxime in such high spirits.
Indeed. Well, that was a wonderful interview. Well done, David, in the interview and the game reviews. And of course, well done to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the winner of Division 2, along with Dmitry Andreikin, the winner of Division 3. But really the star of the show is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We do have A nice little graphic there spotlighting Dmitry Andreikin, who defeats Niels Grandelius. It also was not the easiest path to the top, but what an incredible Armageddon performance today by Dmitry Andreikin. He beats Niels Grandelius twice in the winner's final and then again in the grand final, avoiding a reset. And before we wrap up, we do have our updated Tour standings presented by Julius Baer, the official wealth management partner of the Champions Chess Tour. So let's project those on the screen, showing everybody the prize winnings and the tour points. We do have to mention that Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja's totals have not yet been updated. So obviously that will be a little bit different after their finals match tomorrow, David. But look at those prizes and the opportunities that the CCT has opened up for all sorts of players. Really incredible.
Yeah, fantastic to see. That's a juicy amount of money that's on the table as well. And I mean, that's the beauty of the Champions Chess Tour. This format, it supports chess professionals all over the world, especially young players as well, who are trying to make their big breakthrough. We've seen that multiple times throughout the past few seasons, and a lot of young players towards the top of those standings, Dania. Yes, Magnus might be on top after the end, but still a lot on the line throughout the rest of the season.
Well, Vincent Keimer and, of course, Denis Lazovic, who's been playing pretty much incredible chess since the CCT began, making a name for himself as a top online player. And, of course, his over-the-board career has come along as well. But this show has come along rather well. It is time for us to wrap up. We want to thank Julius Baer, a founding partner of the Champions Chess Tour. And on that note, we have our Division 2 and Division 3 victors, Dmitry Andreikin and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And that sets us up, David, as I give you the final word for the Division 1 Grand Final tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. How excited are you for that?
I cannot wait. Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja. It's sure to be fire on the board. It's sure to be dramatic. We had it all today. We had scrambles, Armageddons. I am expecting very much the same tomorrow. But it's been a pleasure, and you'll be back tomorrow with Tanya to cover all the action.
Thank you, David. It was a pleasure on my end as well. GM David Howell, GM Daniel Naroditsky, bringing you the Division 2 and Division 3 finals tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Tanya and I will bring you the Division 1 final between Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen. But from the Chess.com Classic, we congratulate the winners of Division 2 and Division 3 and say goodbye to you for now. We'll see you tomorrow for the Division 1 Grand Final. See you later.